and MD. So let's give it a minute. Okay, well, looks like we have everybody but Councilmember Obaji, so
there we go.
Started. Welcome, everybody. We are back from closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Vicki. Do we have any announcements from closed session, Mike?
Yes, Mayor. Two, actually. One, on item F1, the council gave unanimous direction to an authorization to defend the case listed under that item. And also in attendance for that item in closed session was our police chief, Joe Hoffman.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to a regular meeting.
Moved.
Second. Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Well, welcome everybody. It is April 19th, 2022, 6 p.m. I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Vicki. I'm looking for a flag. I don't see one. Am I missing?
There we go.
There it is. Okay, let's all rise, salute the flag, and take a moment of silence. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, folks. We'll go right to announcements from the council. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I just want to say that this Thursday, I've got my online community meeting, and Chief Hoffman, our new police chief, will be joining us for an hour. And we've got a lot of things on the agenda. So I'll be sending a reminder email. So if you haven't gotten an email, I'll be sending that out probably tomorrow. So go ahead and join us. Other than that, there is Earth Day this weekend. And then Wilderness Park, I'll let Councilman Lowenstein talk about that. And other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Yes, Earth Day celebration. I believe it's Saturday and Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. At they're going to be having some ceremony at the council ring, the amphitheater at Wilderness Park on Saturday, starting at, I want to say afternoon 3:30. I'd have to look. I forgot what time it is. Apologize for that. But it's you go to South Bay Parkland Conservancy and look under that, under their website, as well as, or on their Facebook page, or write me and I'll clarify it for you in terms of the actual time it starts. But I encourage you all to participate in it. It's a great activity. And there's, hats off to the South Bay Parkland Conservancy for all the work they've been doing in Wilderness Park and bringing natural habitat back to that. And so this is a good way to honor that and we're a green council, so I would encourage you all to participate. The second thing is I'm very stoked because I got this, which is my pass for the Beach Light Festival. It's coming up in a little more than 3 weeks, I think. So those of you who bought tickets already, I'm sure you've gotten it in the mail. And if not, I think there are still some seats available, if I'm not mistaken, if you go online, purchase your tickets. And finally, tomorrow evening, the 20th of April, 6 to 7:30 is the District 2 community meeting, and my special guest on Zoom will be the new Waterfront and Economic Development Director, Greg Kapovich. And Greg's going to be talking about the future of the waterfront, bringing new business into Redondo Beach, and he'll be there to answer any questions you might have, and I'll be giving you an update on the things that are happening within the city. So again, 6 to 7:30, sign up under the District 2 page on the city's website, redondo.org, or email me, and I'll get you registered for the community meeting tomorrow night. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just fill in the blanks there. You had talked about what's going on this weekend at Wilderness Park. It actually starts at noon on April 23rd, goes till 8 o'clock at night. So they'll be having a catered dinner and Tongva Tribal Council message and Earth Day message and awards and recognitions, things like that. And they're actually having a camp out. So they're having an Earth Day camp out. You can buy tickets and check-ins at 2 p.m., all kinds of fun stuff going on. And then the next day it starts at 8 a.m. It's all free for everybody, 8 to 3. And they're having nature walks, habitat restoration, that sort of thing. So they got a big weekend, South Bay Parkland Conservancy at Wilderness Park.
Thank you, Mayor Brand.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, District 3 community meeting is this Saturday, 9:30 to 11, virtually. And I see Steve Sprengel's on, so I just want to say congratulations to our newest captain. That's it.
Excellent. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. You actually shared this on social media, and I saw it, so I'll share it. It's on Saturday, April 23rd. There's art and music in the Artesia Plaza at 2512 Artesia Boulevard, and that should be fun, exciting stuff. Secondly, I wanted to announce that, and I don't have a graphic for that, but April 30th, Parks and Recs Commissioner Jeff Rowe is leading an Artesia Boulevard cleanup. I've noticed a significant amount of trash, a lot of discarded face masks on Artesia Boulevard. Be great to get out there with gloves and the proper equipment and clean it up because our public works department is a little understaffed right now, but they're doing their best, so they need community participation. My next community meeting will be May 5th, 2022, Cinco de Mayo. I think I came up with it'll be at Perry Park Senior Center, and community meetings are much healthier than bottomless margaritas for Cinco de Mayo. So come 6:30 p.m. And lastly, I wanted to thank the city manager for quick and excellent work. We had trucks, commercial vehicles being parked on Inglewood south of Artesia, between Artesia and Grant Avenue. And he got Public Works, thank you Public Works, for putting up a sign that says no more commercial parking. And then the police department, thank you police officers for going out in the middle of the night and ticketing those vehicles. I know they don't love probably to do that, but they did that. And now there are no more trucks, at least for now, parking on Inglewood Boulevard next to resident homes. So thank you, everybody. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
That's great. So I was going to mention the Art Life as well. So that's great that you did. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to remind everybody that the 21st, the city, the Redondo Beach Police is going to be doing the etching, catalytic converter etching at 200 North PCH, which is the parking lot for the high school theater. So go down there at 4 o'clock and get your catalytic converter etched. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. There's a lot going on, folks. The next couple of weeks, I have to mention on April 30th, Saturday, the Historical Museum will be open, housing an open house in celebration of the city of Redondo Beach's 130th birthday. So that will be at 1 to 4 p.m. at Dominguez Park. So you want to learn about the history of Redondo Beach? It's fascinating. and meet some fun people. Come on down on April 30th, Saturday, 1 to 4. After you get done with the park cleanup, I'll go over with Jeff Rowe. So got plenty to choose from, folks, plenty to choose from. So with that, we'll run on to the regular meeting. I'll do approval of order of agenda. I'd like to make a motion to approve the order of agenda or any changes or anybody? Councilmember Obaji?
Could we move make a motion to move the Charter Review Commission discussion to the front of the agenda? I don't think it should be very long.
Is that it?
Only suggestion I might add to that, Councilman, if I could, is Mike Webb's in transit right now. And I think he's anticipating signing on before 7 o'clock. So depending on how the meeting flows, we want to have that Charter Review Committee discussion, perhaps after our first or second discussion item, to give him time to settle in and participate.
Well, okay. I was going to make, all right. I guess after the two fire items.
Let's do it after N2, so we can do P1 after N2.
All right, that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to move one after N2. Do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nairn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, there we go. Next up is blue folder items. We have a few blue folder items to admit to the record. Vicki, did you want to?
Yes, sir. We have 4 files submitted under blue folder, starting with item J1, public participation on non-agenda items. We have public communications submitted. Under N1, discussion and possible action on the assessment of Redondo Beach Fire Department. We have some public communications as well. N2, discussion and possible action regarding the completion of a feasibility study for the provision of fire services in the city of Redondo Beach by the Consolidated Fire Prevention District of LA County. A letter from RB Firefighters Association and some public communications as well. And under P1, discussion and possible action regarding the establishment of a Charter Review Advisory Committee. We have a red line correction on the resolution and also public communications.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Next up tonight is our consent calendar. We have 20 items on consent. We normally would vote for these all at once. Any member can pull any item for further discussion. Any member of the public can comment on any item. I'll go through the members, see if they want to pull anything. Councilmember Nairnheim, did you want to pull any consent calendar items?
I do not have any items I needed to pull. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any
Mayor-
public comments on any of the consent calendar items? Vicki?
Yes, we do actually have some e-comments and we have a couple of, well, actually, I can't tell right now. Can anyone that is registered to speak in Zoom, please raise their hand if they'd like to speak on the consent calendar, H1 through H20.
And Mayor, while we wait for that, we would like to pull item H5 number 2 with regards to the California CalNet contract. Chris tells me, I think, that we do not actually need that at this time. So if we could pull the second agreement under item H5.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind when somebody makes a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Oh.
So are there comments to read, Vicki?
We do have one e-comment submitted. Melissa, will you go ahead and read that, please?
Sure.
H3.
Comment was submitted by Michael Martin. Section N3 of the 315 draft minutes should be revised to more accurately reflect motion status at approval and remove appearance of intent to continue violation of Coastal Commission agreement. The current minutes show keep the slip for the city for their operation and to open up a conversation. Recommended wording is reassign the slip and open up a conversation. And that's the end of e-comment.
Which meeting minutes were those?
315.
Excuse me. I have some information on that. It was for the March 15th item under N3. It's the establishment of the it's about this sailing program. And I did see that comment submitted. I re-listened to the video section, and I think that the motion as presented is accurate.
Oh, so the meeting minutes reflect the motion properly,
That is my judgment.
regardless of whether Mr. Martin likes it or not, or we like it. That is what happened.
I listened to it. I think that as written, they are.
Okay, any more comments on the consent calendar?
Actually, Mr. Mark Hansen is raising his hand right now. Mr. Hansen?
There we go. I just wanted to chime in on that. I believe that Vicky is correct. Okay. I spotted that same thing. And at that meeting, I actually, when Councilman Lowenstein made the motion, it caught my ear at the time that I didn't think he worded it the way he had intended when he used the word city. So I think Vicky's correct that that's what was said. The minutes are correct, but you guys might want to make a little pencil note, to take a look and see if you want to, obviously this, kick this back to Councilman Lowenstein to see, did he say what he meant to say? Because all the discussion was, I don't think you guys meant to say the word city. So I hope that helps.
Okay, well, I think the only fix is to, have an item on another agenda if it's that important. But I appreciate both you, Mark, and Mike for drilling down on that, because it's an important distinction. So we'll have to be a referral at the end of the meeting to fix that if council wants to. We can't fix it here. So, okay, any other comments on the blue folder, or excuse me, on consent calendar?
We have no more e-comments for the consent calendar and raising their hands. So I think that concludes public comment.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve minus H5 number 2.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And we have several resolutions to read titles. Okay, for under item H9, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number C-2204-017, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the adopted budget for fiscal year 2021-22 to accept $337,928 in state Homeland Security Program grant funds. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2204-018, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving a renewal of the general services agreement with the County of Los Angeles for fiscal years 2022 through 2027. Adopted by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2204-019, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2021-22 fiscal year budget modification appropriating $1,350 from available unallocated general fund balance to stage and secure a parade celebrating successful local American Youth Soccer Organization, AYSO girls team. Also adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2204-020, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2021-22 fiscal year budget modification appropriating $1,060,000 from LAC MTA Measure R grant funds to the Aviation Boulevard at Artesia Boulevard Intersection Improvements Project, job number 40780. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. So next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not already on our agenda. Everybody's got 3 minutes. So do we have any takers, Vicky?
Yes, Mr. Stressenberg would like to speak. Ralph Stressenberg.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just want to say thank you for your recent approval to increase the funds for crossing guards. Thank you to the council, the city manager Wazansky, and especially the new Chief Hoffman, Chief of Police, for getting those funds increased to keep that program fully staffed. I know it's been a difficult time to keep staff out for that, but The crossing guards are so critical. As a parent that walks my elementary student to school and home from school every day, if there's a crossing guard missing, it is noticeable. Drivers are distracted, usually with their phones. They're so used to rolling stops, it can get a little bit hairy, and the crossing guards make a huge, huge difference. So I just wanted to say thank you for appropriating those additional funds to keep that fully staffed, and thank you to the city for running that entire program. It's so awesome that you do that.
Okay, thanks for the thanks.
Next speaker is Polly Kinzinger.
Good evening. My name is Polly Kinsinger, and I have been a Redondo Beach resident for 30 years. It has recently come to my attention that this council is considering a tree cutting ordinance. As an avid gardener, I have gone through a variety of garden iterations since buying our home in 1992. Some have involved removal of trees and others involved adding them. I cannot imagine living in a place where I would have to ask for permission, let alone pay for a permit to cut down a tree on my own property. First of all, what constitutes a tree? I have a cotinus royal purple tree in my front yard. Left to its own devices, it would grow to 27 feet, but I keep it pruned to around 6 feet. What if I decided to cut down my tree of 6 feet? Do I need a permit? If I don't get a permit to cut down what I consider to be a shrub, but my nosy neighbor really liked my shrub and decides to contact the city about it, am I going to be fined for that? When we first bought our home, there were 12 yucca trees along the back retaining wall. After a thorough interior painting, these trees were the first thing to go. The size and spread of the root balls made the rest of the yard almost unusable. They were choking out the beautiful plum and avocado trees that were also in the yard, and they were beginning to interfere with the retaining wall that keeps Ripley Avenue from falling into my kitchen. Should I have been required to get a permit to cut out those trees? If a realtor had told me that I would have to have asked for permission to take out those trees, I'm not sure I would have bought the lot or any other in Redondo Beach. I wonder if the folks pushing this new ordinance realize that when you submit for a permit to do something in your own home or yard, it many times requires an inspection. What happens when you want to cut down a tree and you have an inspector onto your property to decide whether your tree is suitable for removal, and the inspector notices that you have an unrelated violation that you may be unaware of from an unscrupulous prior owner? It could be argued that these things should be made aware of and repaired, but this could cost the homeowner thousands of dollars for something that wasn't causing any trouble to begin with. There could be unintended consequences that we aren't currently aware of. Did you know that Paradise had a tree cutting ordinance? Now their town is gone due to high winds that spread through the unmaintained tree canopy. I'm not suggesting that a wildfire will come through and burn Redondo Beach to the ground, but there's no real way to know what all of the consequences might be down the road. I bring all of this forward just to keep you and your audience aware that this proposal is out there, and hopefully when it comes before you in a couple of months, you will decide that we do not need yet another ordinance that has our city government deciding for us what is right for our private property. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Mark Hansen still has his hand up. I believe he wanted to speak on a non-agenda as well. Mr. Hansen? Mr. Hansen, did you want to speak under non-agenda?
No, thank you. Sorry, I put the hand down.
No worries. Okay, we do have any comments submitted. Melissa?
Our e-comment was submitted by Mark Nelson. I wish to commend the city and planning director for their transparency in California Public Records Act request. The public has suffered a lack of transparency at the hands of other agencies, and it is so encouraging to see prompt and full sharing of written communications. Thank you to Ms. Forbes and her team, as well as the mayor and council for providing an environment that fosters transparency. And that's the end of Mark Nelson's comments.
And that appears to be a conclusion of non-agenda item public communications.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to our first item. Item N1 is a discussion and possible action on the assessment of the Redondo Beach Fire Department. Our interim fire chief, Keith Kaufman. Take it away, Keith.
Good evening, council. I'm going to share my screen here so we get started.
Mm,
Can you see that okay?
Yeah, looks good.
All right, excellent. This item's a long time coming. As you guys may remember, I was appointed as the interim fire chief back in March of 2021, tasked with completing an assessment of the Redondo Beach Fire Department. I hired Chief Deputy retired Joe Castro, who happens to be a resident of our city, hired him as our subject matter expert, and work began in about April of 2021. As you guys know, this assessment document is about 92 pages and there's about 158 pages of associated material. It's really important that I think we have this public discussion. I want to allow as much time as possible for you guys to talk about it. So I've whittled this down to the best of my ability to about 8 slides where I try to cover all the topics, and then we can get into the discussion. Feel free to stop me anywhere along the way. If not, I'm just going to go through the entire presentation and then you guys can ask questions at the end. So the goal of doing the assessment of the fire department had a few factors in play, and this was kind of the backdrop on which we wrote this. Of course, we want to determine the current state of the RBFD and be able to provide recommendations for moving forward. We wanted to research, survey, and interview city leaders and community stakeholders. So not just focus on the RBFD itself, but get all the stakeholders involved. The other goal was to identify kind of the benchmark of what you wanted to see in the fire department in the city. So we tried to bring forward all of those things that people were concerned about that could be analyzed if we were to move forward with any type of local regionalization or an LA County Fire Department study. The fourth thing was to determine the most desirable qualifications and skill sets for the future fire chief. And then, of course, we really wanted this document to become kind of a blueprint for the new fire chief, full-time fire chief that comes into the organization in the future. So the way we conducted this was very strategically. One, as I said before, we didn't want to just focus on the, talking to the members of the fire department only, and then coming up with recommendations and best practices in the industry. We felt that there was a need to get the expectations and the desires and sentiments of other stakeholders. So you can see that we focused on 3 groups, one being city leadership to include all of you, city management, assistant city manager, city attorney. One is all of the members of the fire department. And then the third one was the community. And for them, of course, we went out to our community stakeholders, business owners, families, school districts, and we even completed a citywide survey that was sent out via social media so that we could get some expectations and sentiment from the public. You'll also know, if you read through the entire report, that we did kind of a separate analysis of the functionings down in the harbor. And to do that, we took the same approach, but for city leadership, we added the harbor commissioners, those of which that responded. And then for the community, we included boaters, marina managers, and yacht club leadership. And then from the RBFD members, we interviewed everybody that works down here. And then in addition, I also interviewed LA County Fire Chief that oversees Baywatch. So you'll see in the report that interviewing and surveying came up with a lot of different priorities and concerns that the 3 stakeholder groups had. And what we did was, independently, Chief Castro and I listened to what we heard, saw what we had in our notes, and then we developed what we thought were the top categories that were concerns of each of these groups. We did that independently, and then we took all of those topics and kind of combined and categorized them together. And we came up with 8 areas that you can see here in what we call a priority matrix. If you read in the details of the report, just because there's not an X, let's say, take this first box here, the community, and the community doesn't have an X under Department of Reorganization and Leadership, that doesn't mean that they're not concerned about it. It just means that in that particular case, the community probably isn't very well versed on the inner workings of the department. So the things that they may mention would probably fit into another category. So this is one way to look at kind of the report and what are all of the stakeholders most concerned about. What you can see here is that most of the comments that involved everyone, the members of the RBFD, the city leadership and the community, were regarding efficiency and service delivery, and then our communication and engagement. That's always a good starting point for kind of an executive level discussion of what came out in the assessment. So then you take those things in the priority matrix, those 8 areas, and you start dissecting them, and that's what we did. So our goal was to thoroughly research each of the priority areas. Sometimes this meant we would do additional interviews. I may be asking for data that currently exists, but what I found in most cases was we would have to develop new data sets and actually source the data to get to the bottom of what the issue or priority was. Once that was done, through the expertise of Chief Castro and I, we were able to make recommendations. Sometimes these were things that were desires or expectations of you or the community. Other times they're best practices in the industry. But what we were looking at doing is taking each of those priority areas and then making suggestions on how the department could move itself forward. There were other things that didn't necessarily rise to the level of one of those 8 priority areas, but nonetheless, they were important. You can find those in the report in the section called Other Observations. Some of those things were diversity, a tri-city concept, some information about the ladder truck, and then some information on leave time. So just because something didn't make the priority matrix doesn't mean that we didn't go in and research it. And so as this process folded out, we ended up with 68 recommendations. Those can be seen in Appendix 1, all in order. And it's kind of important to note, like, this process has been going for about a year. So there's many things that were administrative in nature. They made sense. The department right now, as it sits, is very eager to move forward with some of these things. So 24 of them have already been completed, 24 of the 68 recommendations, and we have about 15 that are currently underway. So I tried to summarize as the best I could this 250-page document in just a couple of slides here. And this is really a high-level snapshot. If I have sat down with many of you, but if I were to sit down with you and you say, okay, what does this document say? I think this is kind of a high-level overview. The first thing is that this community needs to understand, or everybody needs to understand, that the community absolutely loves this fire department. The company that we used, the Elucid, to do the survey, they were shocked at the satisfaction rates, which came back between 86 and 98%. But what we found was that they were generally not familiar with fire department operations, or the fire department was a bit misunderstood. So one of our takeaways here is that, better communication and strong community engagement can help our community understand what it is our fire department does a little bit better. One of the other things that we found was that, to create additional value in the community, it's really important that as the RBFD moves forward, they focus on what they can do, not just what they have to do. In other words, creating all of your systems around a reactive response to a radio call isn't necessarily the expectations that all of you had for the fire department or that the community does. They want to see many other things that are a bit more proactive. So although community trust and sentiment was very high throughout the community, those feelings were not necessarily shared by city leadership. And there's many causes for that, but one of the things that needs to happen going forward is increased communication with all of you and a lot more inclusion on what is exactly occurring within the fire department. Everybody agrees, even the members themselves, that we don't do as good of a job explaining what it is that we actually do and can provide. And so better communication going forward is needed. So what we found, taking all of this into account, was that the department has kind of slipped into this role of consequence manager. And this kind of goes back to being reactive. In other words, the day's events were kind of focused on whatever was occurring that day, and there wasn't a lot of focusing forward. And so to really kind of turn the ship a little bit and become a more proactive department, kind of a premier type department, what we really need to do is allow for kind of time, energy, to be focused forward, not just on what's happening today. And we'll give you some things at the end that I think will solve that. One of those is an increase in administrative staff. We've got chief executives that have been, for years working on clerical items because they don't have the staff. And then, of course, creating a vision going forward will be important. So I was often asked, okay, what's the one thing, if there was one thing that you could point to that was the biggest concern of the department that should have the immediate attention? It's this phenomenon that we found with the imbalance between the division chiefs. You can read all about it in the assessment. It doesn't matter, who's to blame, what's the cause. Really, what I'm concerned with here is how do we fix this going forward, and clear expectations, the adoption of a clear and unified vision, and then allowing our division chiefs to kind of focus forward with a bit more empowerment is going to level the playing field and probably cause the biggest gains that the department has ever seen. So we found that, the department was running short. They had at least 10 vacancies, a plethora of IODs, and this had huge negative impacts on the wellness of the firefighters. What was happening was staff was being mandated to work all the time, and especially our paramedics were basically being run to the ground, and they weren't getting any relief. And that causes, as you can imagine, all kinds of problems. But one of the big takeaways in the report, is that we got to prioritize the wellness of our public safety officials way above their need to work overtime or some sort of mandated overtime. And we really need to focus, especially in the fire department, on maintaining full staffing. One of the things that I've found as I dove into, this new world for me is that, staffing in the fire department is much different than the police department. The police department, we have a few vacancies, we can get by. We were a bit more agile, able to adjust. But in the fire department, the MOUs are very codified, and they have minimum staffing, and there's not a lot of room for adjustment. So we have a solution that I'll present here at the end, but focusing on full staffing through an overhiring process, true succession planning, forward-thinking analysis and management. This is going to be crucial going forward with the fire department. Last few things here is that everybody said, whether you were a member of the fire department, community, or city leadership, that everyone sees an over response to calls. So we spent a lot of time in the efficiency section pulling data on that to find out what's happening. And it's true, we're over responding to calls. Now, it should be noted that the expectations of the community are met. The service delivery expectations are completely met. Everybody's satisfied. However, there is some inefficiency there. And the solution to that is moving toward a tiered dispatch system that can start to streamline our resource deployment, free up the crews from this constant response and over responding, and really start to help answer this question for everybody, which is normally like, why do I see so many trucks on my street for a basic call? And the reason is we have an antiquated one-size-fits-all system that every time a call goes in, everybody goes. There are ways to tier that out and make it a bit more strategic. And that's really the direction the department should move going forward. And through that, you'll see I write in the report that major efficiency gains will be found. And those really need to be analyzed going forward because it should free us up to do a lot more things. Kind of a snapshot of exactly where the fire department's at. handles about 7,200 calls per year. 70% of those are medical, and 1.3% of those total calls result in some sort of fire. There's a bit of an imbalance in the way that we respond to those things because we only have currently two paramedic rescues. So you hear a lot of the firefighters themselves say, hey, why don't we trade one of the trucks for a rescue, or why don't we add a rescue? During COVID, when we had certain issues, we purposely added another rescue just to handle call volume. And so there's some suggestions that are made in the report moving forward that would help kind of level that playing field and basically respond to the needs of the community a bit better. And then something that I wish I had the information on, I didn't get it until after, but it came in after the report, is that based on a 5-year cycle, the RVFD has now received a Class 1 rating from the Insurance Services Office. This is a big deal in the fire industry. There are not that many departments that have that particular rating. In fact, I think there's 41 in California and maybe 388 or something like that across the US. So this is based on the systems within the fire department, also dispatch systems, redundancies that we have in equipment, as well as water supplies that are running through the city. So you have to read the detailed report that comes from ISO, but this is a pretty big deal, and the city and the department should be very proud of the fact that they have been upgraded from a Class 2 to a Class 1 department. So as I said before, there were 68 recommendations. In the staff report and in the executive summary of the assessment, you'll see that we kind of break those down into 21, which are kind of summarized recommendations. If we go through those 21, and I highlight here for you in this PowerPoint, the ones where the city management and the fire department, where we need a bit of input from the council, it would be these here. These are the ones that take some sort of budgetary action or motion to direct us, and that's why I focused on these for the report. But please keep in mind, there's 68 recommendations. 21 of them are in that executive summary, all of them crucial, but many of those don't necessarily require a council action. So this is why I've focused on these just for your discussion tonight. So number one, we have got to hire additional administrative and clerical staff. I don't know how else to put it. It is currently operating very inefficiently, and to make major gains where we can have especially our chief officers focus forward, we've got to hire the administrative staff to create efficiencies within the department. We've gone from 6 to I think 2.5. So it's really was really a glowing thing that I found doing the assessment, and you can see that I wrote in the public safety section, or this notion of a public safety concept. I was still the police chief when I was doing this, and thank you, Joe, to now your people, my current people. They helped me a lot within the police department to accomplish what I needed to do in the fire department, and I had to lean on them because I didn't have the administrative and clerical staff in the fire department. So another recommendation is that we have the fire department continue to evaluate and measure response times. Response times are critical. That's what everybody said was kind of the number one thing they wanted to see in the fire department. There are some things that we can do that have a budgetary impact that can help us, and you'll see that on the next page. This next one here, taking the lead in the city's emergency management continuum. I think we all know this is of extreme importance. The fire department can do that, but we need more bandwidth, and that's going to be through hiring administrative personnel, bringing in a senior management analyst and then me helping to restructure kind of the roles of the division chiefs so that we can help accomplish this for the city. And when I say emergency management, I don't mean the fire department responding to the next emergency. What I mean is our city's preparation for a major disaster. What is each of your roles? What's the role of the fire department, the police department, public works? How does the emergency operations center activate? And then even further down the road, how do we train, prepare all of our communities, our community members on how to respond to these natural disasters or major incidents? And it's really through emergency management. So it's one of the focuses we need. That could be completed by the city hiring an emergency manager, standalone, away from the fire department. I don't know that that is the recommendation or that's going to happen. So it should, if that doesn't happen, the responsibility should lie with fire. There's a huge section on the harbor patrol. We need some kind of direction on redefining their mission. And that's going to come from you. We've made some different recommendations, and we can talk about those tonight. And then the other thing is this notion of exploring these cooperative agreements with our neighboring cities. And we'd like to maybe get your input on that. It's been brought up before, motions have been made, but we want to know what your thoughts are on that. So to sum it all up, there's really 5 things. You don't have to act on any of these. This report is really a receive and file. But again, just for the saving some staff time and so that we know kind of the direction, these would be kind of the 5 things that are coming up. Would you like to see them in the budget coming up that's presented from the city manager? Or you're not interested, or that's why I bring them to your attention. We don't really have to have an answer, but these are the ones. So the first one would be instituting an overhire program. Again, I can't stress it enough. We cannot get behind in the fire department with our hiring. So many of you know that we kind of got away from the firefighter rank. Everybody was a firefighter paramedic. My suggestion is bringing that rank back. It helps open the diversity pool. It helps solve these other issues about the truck and would definitely help with succession planning. So we kind of want to know your thoughts on overhire program. We already talked about administrative staff. This is something of critical concern. And, we hope, and the fire department hopes, that we have kind of interest from the council in moving us forward. And I can't stress enough that they're pushing me very hard to begin to implement everything that's in the assessment. They feel like they have a good blueprint going forward. They feel that they're being listened to and people are ready to move. I just know that without this number 2, things are going to move pretty slowly. The third thing, creating that cooperative agreement. Suggestion would be, are you interested in having a 1-year MOU, kind of a pilot program with Manhattan, El Segundo, and or possibly Torrance? That wasn't originally talked about, but I suggest that we should maybe look at that. This right there could solve efficiency problems, especially with that DC rank. And then harbor patrol operations, there's 5 options in the report. The preferred recommendation was number 5. That one would still maintain our 24/7 coverage. We'd open up an MOU with the county, create this redundancy in our service, and then increase landside paramedic services. Maintenance and skills of the current operations would stay at the same level. However, there'd be some semantics and reclassifications in the MOU that changes their job titles. Obviously, to do that, the city would have to open an MOU with the firefighters. And then in that particular scenario, one of the DCs would become essentially a harbor master working here out of Station 3. And last but not least, this could come forward to you in the next budget, is kind of increasing technology. And there's some things like countdown clocks that can help our response times, alerting systems that will really focus on the wellness of the staff. And so we're kind of looking for direction on that. I know it's a ton. I try to cover 250 pages here in just a few minutes. So I really want to give this over to you to allow you to kind of focus on the directions you want to focus on.
Okay, well, thank you, Chief Kaufman. You stop sharing your screen for a minute, but somebody will probably want you to come back to a couple of slides. At first, I wanted to thank you, Chief Kaufman and Joe Castro, for the work you guys have done. I mean, you guys are seasoned, very seasoned professionals, both in police and fire. You did not have to do this. Castro, lives in Redondo Beach, came out of retirement basically to help his city. You, Keith, took this on. You absolutely did not have to do this. It's a tremendous amount of work. And everybody really should feel indebted to the work that you and Joe have done for our community, and as well as, everybody else who's participated in this. It's fairly comprehensive. The only reason I don't see it's totally comprehensive because there's a lot of costing that's not shown here that'll be interesting to know of moving forward. What are some of these recommendations going to cost, and which ones should we prioritize? I mean, there's just a plethora of information here. You're going to get 5 council members and a mayor asking you a bunch of questions, and a lot of it's very detailed, in the weeds. You're going to get public participating. It's just a very deep subject. And but first, I wanted to thank you guys for what you've done. And you had 21 recommendations. A lot of things jump out. I don't want to get into everything that jumped out at me. I read the report. Thanks for meeting, answering some of the questions. This is going to be a process. We're not going to figure this out tonight, unfortunately. But one of your recommendations is explore cooperative agreements with neighboring South-based cities. Share executive personnel, other resources. The next item on the agenda is going out to a county, Los Angeles County Fire, getting a quote for them, something, frankly, I've been calling for 12 years, which really is just an assessment and comparing, hearing from an agency that well-respected and served a lot of cities in our area, seeing what they would provide. But why, is that one of your recommendations, Keith, to move ahead with the county quote?
The county quote or the exploration of like a tri-city agreement?
Well, both. Do you see us looking at both? I would like to see us look at both and take a comprehensive approach to next steps, but maybe that's too much. Do you think we should choose?
No, I don't think you should choose. It's going to be a topic, and I don't, in talking to each of you, I don't think you're satisfied that you have all the answers. I will tell you, the fire department wants to get over this. They just want an answer and a direction. So it's tough being their new leader. Here I am spending a year of my time diving into what it is we need, what I feel it is we need to do to move it forward. And so obviously that's my focus. But you know what? If a county study runs in the background so that you can get the numbers you want, fine, so be it. We're working very closely with the association, and we can do that. Am I a huge fan of it? No, I'd rather focus on where we're at right here tonight. That's my job. I'm a fire chief. But I don't think you're going to get too much resistance from it. We're working to get you those numbers. Now, that being said, I would not suggest that we delay anything that's come forward in this assessment, waiting for an answer on the other end. I think I understand there could be money implications on certain things, but my suggestion would be those things that are cost effective and efficient, we try to move forward. The department deserves it. I think our community deserves it. There's been kind of, hey, do we have these issues? Do we not? I think we've tried to prove them. And if they're there and we can solve them, I know that we would appreciate moving forward with what we know we can do to make the department better.
Mm-hmm. Well, what jumped out at me, somebody's been looking at this for a long time, is the overtime costs. We spent $3.7 million in overtime in 2020 and 2021. And so that just screams to me that there are efficiencies to be had. Maybe I'm sure it is partly the overhire program and a lot of your recommendations, no question about it. So, and that's just one element of it, but that just jumps right out at me as something that clearly needs. I've never seen a number so large, and it just seems to be growing over the last 3 or 4 years. So the other thing I have to say is, I'm not one bit surprised that everybody loves the firefighters. The firefighters in Redondo Beach have just done a fantastic job. Every interaction I've ever had with them, either as the mayor or a council member or just as a resident, it's just been so professional and so helpful, and just I couldn't ask for a better team of people to show up to an emergency situation that is often somebody's worst day of their life. So yeah, and I think as we go through this whole process, we're going to have to work very closely with the Firefighters Association, as well as the staff, and as well as however the county or whoever else. Other cities that we engage in to find the most efficient service priority process that we can create. So obviously there's a lot of opportunity for improvement. I don't even want to get into the harbor. It's very complicated. Everybody I talk to says it definitely needs change. No question about it. So how all these complex things wash out, it's going to be a process, and I would implore everybody to have patience. Don't hesitate to ask any questions. I think this is subcommittee worthy. We really haven't formed a subcommittee on anything in a long time. I don't think there's any question at this point. I was talking to our city manager, Michael Witzansky, earlier, that this is absolutely subcommittee worthy to get a few council members and myself to really roll up their sleeves and get involved in this and make sure that all the T's are crossed, I's are dotted, and the public's kept informed. So with that, you can get a lot of questions, Keith. And I would encourage anybody to read the report. There's a lot of information in there. Anybody who's interested, that's the first place to start, is reading that report and go from there. So I think the more people that get involved in this from the public and take a real interest in, the more helpful it's going to be, particularly people on the Budget and Finance Commission. I think you're gonna see a lot of input from them. And I think we have to get a lot of input from the Harbor Commission, obviously, about what the next best steps are for what to do with Harbor Patrol. So with that, I guess I'll turn it over to the council questions. And first up is Councilmember Nairnheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I like you said, I would first want to thank both Chief Kaufman and Chief Castro for going through this, but more importantly, the courage to go through this, so to speak, because we're essentially what you're doing is you're looking inwards and looking at your own department, your own staff, your own city, and saying, what are our pitfalls? What are we good at? What are we bad at? And that takes a lot of courage. So thank you for doing that and going down this path. I think this assessment really shows that a lot of things that I've been saying for a number of years now, that we want to be able to go down the path of essentially seeing what was happening in our own fire department. And I, for one, has been someone who has been looking at our fire department and saying, there's a lot we can improve here. One thing I've said consistently through the last few years is we're paying a record amount of money for our fire department, more so than ever before, but we're getting the least amount of services. And it's something we need to correct quickly because we need to provide a better overall level of service with a lower overall cost. And we definitely can't be doing this on our own island resource like we've been doing. So the first question I've got, Chief Kaufman, is if we were to implement all of these items, administrative support staff, different programs, what's the cost on that ballpark figure?
So I've gone through all 68 recommendations and also, obviously used my staff at the fire department, the division chiefs, and the administrative personnel we do have. And I've asked that question. We're coming up in the area. It a little bit depends, but I've got it at about $1.4 million. So that would be implement everything, ongoing costs about $1.4 million. But remember that in that analysis, it would also include 3 firefighter positions. So, you can have the debate about adding those positions into the department permanently or staffing the truck permanently, or you can have the discussion where I'd like to start is at least allowing or kind of giving the nod towards overhiring at the department based on known attrition that's coming up. In other words, can we hire 3 people now knowing what's going to happen in the next 2 to 6 months and do that within the current budget of the fire department? If I'm to answer that question right now, then yes. So, somewhere in the 1.2 to 1.5 million dollar range would be about all in.
Okay. So I didn't see the recommendation here as part of the 60 recommendations to reinstate the fourth person on the ladder truck. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So we kind of talk about it in the sense of overhires, and a lot of the assessment is done in talking with each of you and talking with city management, and then solving this problem of how do we maintain full staffing? It is so crucial in the fire department, and we all know it because of that MOU. You have 19 people mandated to work minimum staffing every day, 24/7. So that's 57 sworn. And you add me, that's 58, and then we have 1 fire captain, that's 59. So basically, if someone's not at work, the department's filling that overtime in 24 and 48 hour stints. What I'm saying is let's move away from that and fully staff and reduce that overtime number. Bill had mentioned it earlier, we're not done with the fiscal year. I don't want to commit to everything, but we're tracking at $1 million less than we were last year. So, you hear this argument sometimes. Managers will come up, chiefs will come up. They'll say, hey, it's cheaper to have overtime than it is to hire people. And we really need to have that discussion because, look, the wellness of our public safety officers needs to supersede their need to work overtime. I'm sorry. That's not going to be the most popular statement, but it is more crucial that we identify that problem and we pay attention to it. And I think overhiring, hiring some administrative staff, having these division chiefs act as managers and leaders that are focusing forward and planning, that's going to do it. Or it's going to take a major chunk out of it.
So before we go down the path and start hiring more personnel, spending more money, there's been a lot of talk these last few years of going through the city and doing a zero-based budgeting program for our.
I think what you're going to get from us as part of the proposed budget this year is a discussion about how to spend some of that unallocated fund balance, particularly on facilities like fire stations, City Hall, but also, and we're going to be bringing back this conversation about whether or not we want to proceed with more advanced bonding that would help us put a bigger dent into some of our bigger infrastructure renovation needs. So, we'll have opportunity, I think, to talk about that in more detail as we go through the budget. Certainly, it wasn't something we asked Keith to do. It really is out of his depth. It does require an engineering look and more of a building maintenance evaluation.
Yeah. What about, there was no real section here giving a breakdown on automatic aid and mutual aid. How many times we're in Manhattan Beach is in Redondo Beach. Real data on showing how much we rely on our current partners already. What does that look like right now, relying on Manhattan Beach and vice versa for automatic aid?
If you go to page 54 of the report, it lists how many times we have automatic aid for the last 5 years. And basically what we found, if I break that down in summary, is that automatic aid is occurring about 340 times a year. So just for the public's clarification, this would mean something like the scenario where our 2 paramedic units are out on calls. Maybe they're going to the hospital with a patient or something like that. And now a call comes in, on, on Francisca. And we're requiring another department to handle that call for us rather than have our public wait for our resource to be freed up. So that's in the automatic aid section there. And if you go, also, you want to take a little deeper look at it, Nils, you can go to appendix number 8, and it shows the actual dispatch run sheets of how that gets broken down. But in a nutshell, about once a day, automatic aid is occurring. And so you can look at it as, well, that's a great thing. Our public's not waiting, they're getting the service, and we're doing the same thing for the other cities. I have to be honest, I've dealt with mutual aid and automatic aid stuff for 28 and a half years of being in public service, and the fire department does it well. They do it better than the police do. We do everything a little bit more like, hey, I just heard something. Should we go over there? And dispatch is calling different people. And now in a crisis, it seems to work very, very well on the PD side. But on the fire side, these rules are pretty well laid out and codified. So there's a section on automatic aid, mutual aid, which is slightly different. Mutual aid would be more like, hey, we know we're going to be training today. Can we borrow your resource for X amount of hours while we need it? Something like that. So, my overall analysis is that we got a lot of bang for our buck using these automatic aid services between all the cities. It's a huge value to the residents. And the numbers are there. I'm not too alarmed by them.
I guess I was expecting more of how the automatic aid impacts delivery of services. So if we have increased time, so if we ask for services from Manhattan Beach, what kind of delay is that to our residents? If it's by 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a deeper dive in that determination, because it's not like, we're just calling our own resources. They could be busy.
Right.
And vice versa. If they ask us, so they could be busy, and we have a different 911 system than they do, right? So,
which is why you're not seeing the data. Right. I'm understanding your question a little bit more now. So yeah, there could be up to 3 different dispatch systems at play in an automatic aid scenario. So would there be a delay in call forwarding and stuff like that? The answer is yes. What that actual response time is, I don't know, because I would have to go into each of those CAD systems to find out how long it's taking. But in a lot of cases, the fire departments are actually pretty good at forecasting what's going to happen. Hey, a call is occurring over here. We know that our units are tied up. Manhattan, we're going to need you to cover this area for the next call that comes in. So there's some pre-planning that happens there too, but that would require analysis and some data from different CAD systems.
Okay. I think the last thing I'd talk about in here is there were some comments in the report about the past performance for major incidences such as COVID or COVID response. I said years ago that other departments in other cities that have emergency managers that deal with FEMA more often have done a way better job than we have recovering millions of dollars from FEMA and federal agencies on cost recovery for COVID response. And it takes years for that money to get through. It's not like it's overnight or within a year. Sometimes it takes a long time. But when, we're leaving a lot of money on the table, and it comes down to the fact that we just can't do everything that we're expecting to do. So like Mayor Brand said earlier, and you guys have alluded to, anything that I'm going to agree to later on is a subcommittee working with other cities to see what kind of resources we have to be able to share amongst other beach cities, as well as looking at the county option, because we have to get these options on the table. So Chief Kaufman, thanks for your time on this. We spent a lot of time individually, and I know you spent a phenomenal time on this. Takes a lot of courage to be able to go through something like this. So thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Sure. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Naran. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Keith, I can't even start to tell you how gratified I am that you've done this, especially this being your swan song, right before you retire. I heard nothing but really positive things from members of the association, rank and file, people saying you've done incredible work over the last year that you've been there. And so I'm really grateful for all this. It's something that has been needed to be done. And for somebody that's walking in, that you've admitted yourself, you weren't an expert in fire. I mean, if you're not an expert, I'm nowhere near an expert. So I want to thank you for being our eyes and ears on this. It's really helpful. The minute you gave it to me, I jumped on a plane the next day, had a long flight. As soon as we took off, I opened it up and just read through it. And there were a lot of aha moments in there going, yes, definitely, that's it. So thank you for pointing out the obvious and the not so obvious, because that's hard to do. It's hard to do both. I do have a couple of questions. One is, and Nils brought it up, a lot of what I'm going to talk about is going to focus in on the harbor, because a lot of people have approached me on that. What was your thought process in not going to the Harbor Commission first on this? Because some people said, well, because there's a lot of expertise and a lot of years of experience of people that are serving on the Harbor Commission. Just curious what your thoughts and Joe's thoughts were. And by the way, thank you, Joe, if you're on right now. I want to thank you as well for volunteering or spending your time doing this as well, too, as a Redondo resident. So, Keith, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, listen, I don't think it's a bad idea this goes to the Harbor Commission, but you should know that I did go to every single member of the Harbor Commission to get their thoughts and expectations for the Harbor Patrol. That came first. Not all of them responded. So in complete transparency here, I didn't get everybody to give me all the answers. So I went to every expert I could find down here to try to get to the bottom of what's happening. Because like Bill said, you talk about something that's contentious and important and everything. It's the harbor. So, that's why we kind of came up with the preferred option that we did. We don't have to talk about that now. We can talk about it later. But, in all honesty, one of the things I'm worried about as a resident even is the growth of what's happening down here in the harbor, even the impacts that we've had with like the Beach Life Festival. And, there's going to be a greater need in the future for public safety down here. So I want to make sure that that's considered in the decisions that are made moving forward. If we're looking at changing the system down here, it'd be a bad thing to probably do that in 5 years from now, go, we kind of wish we had a better stronghold or whatever. So that was a big part of the process. And, it's a lot of the issues with Harbor Patrol that you'll see in the recommendation is working internally with the fire department to fix some efficiencies inside, not necessarily those things that are public facing. So those recommendations include not just the service delivery out to the community, but how do we make this a better part of the fire department? I'm sitting down here in an office tonight near Station 3, and I am telling you, like, from my perspective, this is the gem of the fire department. This should be anyone that wants to be a firefighter or a paramedic in Redondo Beach should look at this place and say, I want to work there. And so, parlaying that into our hiring and integration of the rest of the department is a huge concern that maybe doesn't come across as much to each of you in the assessment itself. So yeah, difficult issue. The more people that weigh in on, the better. I don't shy away from any of that thought. I really don't. But more specifically, why didn't it go to them first? Look, the same reason we didn't take this report and just put it out publicly. Highly contentious, I don't want to air the dirty laundry of the fire department to everybody else before I have a chance to sit down as the leader of the department and work with them to, you know, come up with a game plan of how to enact this stuff. I also wanted each of you to have the opportunity to digest this assessment and have the ability to ask me questions before we went out publicly. And I still haven't been able to sit down in depth with each of you. So those things, you know, they concern me. I don't want to put the cart before the horse because, you know, taking an assessment like this, like some people have already done, and handpicking out some really juicy quotes and putting that forward as this is what it says is damaging. I don't know if it was you or actually Nils mentioned, you know, hey, this is it's courageous. You're taking a look inside. Yeah, it's like the I'm not even going to say what it's like. I had a quote for it, but yeah, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I want you guys to look at this from the perspective of someone that's, you know, in the system for however 15, 20 years. Yeah, man, we're taking a close look here and, you know, we're kind of pointing fingers. I don't want that to be what this assessment is about. We can handpick through stuff. You know what I want it to be? I want it to be like a whole document that we use to move forward. And really, that's the best use of it. A great blueprint and moving it forward.
Well, and some of this is very uncomfortable, right? Like you just said.
Completely.
I mean, but that's the sign of remarkable organizations. They'll look at things under the hood rather than pounding their chest and saying we're so great. It's work on our weaknesses, not our strengths, right? So, and I've understood what you're saying. You've said this in the past. We, you know, when I got on the council, one of the first things we did was get a boat for police, right? And you've said, you know, the harbor's changing, law enforcement is playing a bigger role, and I've accepted that. And I understand what you're saying in terms of skating to where the puck is going to be. Our needs are going to be in the next 2 years, and I get that. One of the concerns that I have, and this is not necessarily based on what you've said, but what other people have said is we're getting away, especially in the harbor patrol, from what it was 20, 25 years ago when it moved over to fire. And there's special skill sets, whether it's, you know, captain's licenses for certain craft or other things. And then upon that, we look at the recommendation that Station 3 should have a rescue unit. And so while I understand trying to anticipate the needs a few years from now, one of the things that's glaring to me in the report is the concern that people up in North Redondo said that response times in North Redondo aren't what they could be. And I'm not sure where a rescue unit down at Station 3 is going to help that, especially in the summer when you've got lots of people, you have crowded streets, and the action, you know, now and for the foreseeable future seems like is in North Redondo and our slow response times. You know, making sure that we can meet North Redondo, walk before you can run. And so I think that's one of the things that I'd like to look at. I know people are really concerned that we're getting away from the mission of the Harbor Patrol. And this is going to take a lot deeper dive than tonight to figure this out. And we have to determine what we want to be when we grow up. But nearly everybody I've talked to, constituents, are really concerned that we're going to take ourselves away from the mission of Harbor Patrol, and we're going to deprecate it and get rid of it, or at least water it down so that it's not effective anymore. But there are going to be times when we really, really need them, and there's been times in the past, you know, ships that have hit the break wall. We need the specialized skills that those folks are capable of. And, you know, while it's important to have a rescue unit, it's really important to have Harbor Patrol. And I'm very nervous about that. And so I hope that we can circle back among Harbor Commission again, get their, maybe as a group, their review of this as well too. I know you talked to them individually, so I appreciate that. I'd also echo what Mayor Brand said about cost. you can do everything. You do fast, cheap, and good, supposedly, and you can only pick two of the three. I think we're capable of doing all three. Maybe not cheap, but efficiently. And so I'm hoping that, we can put some numbers to this. And, it was mentioned earlier about the county fire study. Whatever we end up doing, we need to do our due diligence on everything, whether it's county fire or keeping what we got and just making it better or combining with neighboring districts. It's really important that we do that and that we don't short shrift any of the three options or even the fourth option. So I hope that we're comparing apples to apples in this. When we look at the $1.4 million and we add in everything else, how do we deal with, one of the things that I didn't see is how do we deal when equipment is down? How do we deal with that? People have said with county, they just roll in another truck or another piece of equipment. Well, how do we deal with that? What's the cost to that? How do we deal with labor shortages? How do we deal with, we talk about backfilling, but there's a cost to all that. And you go through that in this, but the cost has to be included in that. And I guess the other thing is, we've taken some mitigation towards our PERS cost, right? And any new hires are going to be through PEPRA. And that's going to be a definite advantage for us. But again, the 1.4 million, that's going to climb over the years as we start going in the all in. It's rare that labor costs go down, especially when you start negotiating with the bargaining units. At the end of the day, there's going to be COLAs and everything else. And so I just hope that we look at everything and do our due diligence on all this stuff. But I'm really grateful for the work you've done here. I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the council to ask more questions. But my focus has been on Harbor, and I just hope that we continue to uncover a lot of the things. And I want to thank you for the work you've done so far. So thanks, Keith. Thanks, Joe.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, let me just respond to a couple of those things because they're super important points. I don't want to belabor the task here, but yeah, we did talk about there's a section about response times in North Redondo, and it's very important. And I understand what you're saying about having the Harbor Patrol act as a rescue. So they do that now. They just don't do it in a full, I think it's called full assessment unit. In other words, they have every single, piece of drugs and everything they need to do the response. And we haven't drawn like a large response area just so that everybody understands in that recommendation. You're seeing a paragraph of about 6 or 7 sentences. Yet we're meeting with the Harbor Patrol down here and going through what would this look like? What are all the contingencies? How does it actually work? So the goal would be to never take away waterside response. Now, maybe at times that would have to be filled in by the county if a unit here was gone on a call, let's say. But the ability to respond 24/7 needs to be there. Don't disagree with you. There was some mention of, not having captain's license and stuff like that. That's false. I have no idea where that came from. All these guys that work down here have a captain's license. In fact, we have one working down here on a temporary basis. He actually has it too. So the last thing I would ever recommend down here in the harbor is reducing qualifications or skill sets or any of that. You see some talk in there about boat captain as opposed to captain. And a lot of this has to do with internal functions of supervision, not necessarily, not referring to the captain of a boat or what their skill set is. So those things need to be vetted out, but just know that, this is look, we're a beach community. We're not gonna have a Harbor Patrol landside on 4th of July. It can't happen. The place is absolutely packed. So there would have to just be some adjustment. All I'm saying is, I'm trying to make a recommendation from the perspective of a chief where I'm looking at call numbers. And all I'm saying is we can do more. They're not gonna be happy with me. They're watching this right now. We can do more. We can provide more value. And that was just the solution to providing more value down here. You mentioned apparatus costs. Yes, that is a concern. In fact, in the next item, you'll see That's something the association's concerned about too. Hey, are we going to get a like for like on apparatus costs? That's probably one of the reasons that we are rated a class 1 agency now. So what is it that we do? We do redundancy. That's why we have that class 1 status. Truck goes down, we have another truck. You know, the more that we maintain that to the exact same function of what we have, the higher we're rated, and the better value we provide to the citizens. So that's how we do it. Is there a cost to that? You bet there is. I think, depending on what happens, we may even bring you an item forward to even increase that redundancy going forward as a recommendation. So yeah, lots of stuff to consider.
One thing I want to add is, and thank you for addressing all those things, and Nils kind of brought it up, is the condition of the firehouses. I mean, there's no secret that I've been a little bit critical about how much money we're putting into the vehicle replacement fund. And it's great that we have shiny new vehicles, but we also need a place to house them that is, capable up to the snuff to what the vehicles are. So if we're spending $500,000, $750,000 on an engine or whatever we're spending it on, do we really need $7, $8, $9 million in the vehicle replacement fund when we could have maybe $5 or $6 million and throw $1 million a year towards making sure that those firehouses built in 1959, both of them, get the things they need, whether it's roofing or plumbing or whatever it might be, infrastructure. And so, I guess that's a call that we can make as a council and staff can make recommendations of. But, it's been over the years that they've been kind of neglected, honestly. And it's due to budget cutbacks or whatever. But let's make sure that, we have the best place to operate these things, because it's very important for the future of the fire department that there's plenty of infrastructure support. So thank you.
Hey, Councilmember MD.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brand. And so again, thank you very much for everything you've done and Chief Castro has done. So there's a couple things I just need to, based on all the work you did to meet with us ahead of time. So I know you spent many hours doing that. I just want to pause and remind everyone that the residents love our fire department. As Chief Castro said in his foreword, one of the limitations of a report that offers suggestions for improvements is that the report rarely focuses on the many good things an organization is doing. So in his words, rest assured, RBFD is a very good fire department. As a resident, I feel safe and protected. So I just want to kind of remind everybody that when we're having these discussions, that this is truly just us really pushing the envelope of how we can make our fire department the best that's possibly out there. So just when we're talking about that, one of the things one of the questions you answered, you mentioned the estimated cost of $1.4 million to do some of these. But when we spoke, I thought you had said that if we were to do all these recommendations, we could end up saving $2 million. So can you elaborate? Is the $1.4 million including the $2 million saving, or is that 1.4 is the cost, but we could eventually end up saving $2 million?
Yeah, that's a tough question to answer. It's a really good one. Probably a question that's going to take further analysis. 1.2 million above and beyond where we're at right now to implement everything. I don't really know what the total cost savings would be, but for instance, let's take the overtime number. I think we're going to come $1 million under this year, unless we have some bad things happen to staff, but $1 million under compared to where we were before. But now you look at, okay, well, was that in the budget? Did it come from cost savings? And you have kind of, I know from the past year's budget, the one before this one, you kind of have a convoluted mess of using personnel cost savings to pay for other things. So I want to give you guys a transparent number of no, fully staffed, we're paying all of those personnel costs. And these are the additional ongoing costs. A lot of things in the fire department were not funded. They happen every year. And I think in the budget year that we're currently in, when I presented some of those decision packages, I think year over year, I might be wrong, but there's like $350,000 in decision packages on average that were going to the fire department every year. And it's because it wasn't part of the budget. So, you know, I don't think that's the right way to manage, because it's easy to, you know, everything becomes kind of one time and out of necessity rather than pre-planning. So I don't know, Laura, if what the actual cost savings would be, but there will definitely be some because of all these efficiencies that are born. And then the other thing that I've talked about in this report and to the staff is, let's say we're able to tier dispatch, streamline response. And now if you look in that chart that has unit hour utilizations, we take a number of 14,000, we cut it down to like 8. So now what are we doing with all that increased time? That's where I think we have the bandwidth to create just the most, you know, the most value for the community. And that's really where I think we could focus. There's a lot we can do with that increased time if we can create it.
And the $3 million saved in overtime, but you know.
I would hope.
Yeah, right.
You know, and look, I'm not going to lie. When I saw the number, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, I get it. And they know it. They know it. It's not, I have some suggestions in there to work on it, but that one's going to be tough.
I also want to say, I also met with the fire union, and they're not on this call, but there might be in the not actively anyway. I just want to say, I'm very impressed and amazed at how much trust you have garnered with them, in that they were open to a lot of these changes. Because when I first read that report, I said, oh, there's no way the union's going to agree to this. But when I sat with them, they were open to the ideas that were presented here. And that's a testament to the fact that you and Chief Castro really sat down and got input from everyone when you went to did that. So I was impressed by that. And I want to thank the union for having such an open mind, and for you for developing that relationship. I also want to say, of the recommendations that you were talking about, for number 5, for the new technology, for me, I would definitely need to see a budget response report on that and get a little more understanding on what that would entail. What does it do? And I'm interested in that, but I need to get some more information on that. As far as Harbor Patrol, I think there's a lot of valid fears and concerns that have been brought up in the different letters that we've been receiving. But I think the number one thing that we all can agree on, and I would like to make sure that I'm understanding this right so that you can reassure the harbor people that that you are recommending a harbor master. And I think that once we put in the harbor master and have that in place, that's definitely somebody who's going to focus on the safety of the harbor and making sure that it is not neglected in any way or diminished in any way. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, the harbor master was brought up a lot by everybody that we interviewed. There's people that work here in Harbor Patrol that have worked under a harbor master back when there was a standalone harbor patrol. Everybody talked about, having that central point of contact, somebody that was pushing kind of the mission forward as being a great idea. So it comes down to, okay, so should the recommendation be that the city create a new position, standalone harbor master, or does it remain inside the function of the fire department? So as it sits right now, if you look in the MOU and the job description, I am the harbor master. And what happens is, you get busy and you don't focus 100% of your attention down here in the harbor. So that's probably not the best thing. So you'll see in the recommendation, it actually hits a page break that's in the report. So below the first paragraph.
It was an unfortunate page break, right? I had to keep telling everybody, turn it over. Yeah.
So, yeah, it does call for harbor master. The person could be a division chief from the fire department. I actually put in there, it could be a captain of the police department, whoever it is. And I don't want to speak for Joe, but with respect to the fire department, the discussions I've had down here with Harbor Patrol is, if we change supervision, we need to increase supervision by stationing someone down here at Station 3. This office that I'm in right now should probably be a division chief. This is where they work. They become the harbor master, and they start attending all the harbor commission meetings and really get a hold of what's going on down here. Because one thing I definitely agree with is you can't just take someone that doesn't understand boating in the ocean, put them down here and expect them to succeed. But we can test for that. We can find that. We can require that of a future division chief. There are things we can do, I think, administratively to address it. So that would kind of be my plan, no matter what happens down here, is reformulate what the division chiefs do, task one of them with the harbor. It is that big of a deal. Have them come down here and work.
So that way everybody that uses the harbor and has concerns about the harbor has one person to go to at all times, right? That's something we've heard a lot. I know it was mentioned a lot in your report. And I just want to make sure that anybody who's watching or is concerned about that is definitely a priority.
For sure.
Okay. So those two are going to require a little bit more discussion, and so the new technology and then the harbor patrol and how that's going to work, I think needs to be vetted out a little bit more. Me personally, number 3, the shared battalion chief, I've read that whole section and I think that's brilliant. I think that how you're going to change everybody's hours, the data supports it. I think we need to pursue that for sure. And number 2 and number 1, we have to put back the clerical, because that was done when it was, but we were trying to find ways to budget cut, and by far those need to go back in. So I would definitely recommend the overhire, the clerical, the shared battalion chief, and then the other 2 need to come back with a little bit more reports. And that's what I would be very supportive of in this time.
And we would be coming forward with decision packages. In fact, we're talking with Mike and finance tomorrow about that. So we're just kind of looking for your guys' direction on that, so we can provide more detail when it comes to budget time on those items.
Yeah. So the harbor master, are they also in your clerical and admin? Shouldn't they also have their own admin person, or is that included in your?
So they did, and that was one of the positions that was kind of defunded. So if you look at the first bullet point there, I'm bringing back a decision package to kind of reallocate that funding for that admin specialist. And then we can evaluate exactly where they were. They used to be stationed down here in the harbor. So in lieu of having a harbor master, at least you had someone from the fire department that was like single point of contact that the public could rely on. So yeah, that would help with that. And then the integration of a senior management analyst, this really would help the city tackle having an emergency manager. I just can't stress how important it is. I think in talking to you, I think we all agree. We all kind of want to know what our roles are and what the plan is going forward, and we need to put some work into that.
Correct. And so the harbor master, just going back to my notes, I kind of summarized it already, but I want to make sure these points are set prior, is that the harbor master is going to be prioritizing and supporting recreational boating. The harbor master shouldn't be worried about the leases in the harbor. They should be focused on safety and the harbor, and focusing on the harbor. So, for example, somebody's going to be advocating for that harbor dredging to make sure that happens, to be able to, increase the south wall that was recommended years ago, and that So anyway, so those are the big things that I want to just make sure that we focus on with the harbor, because that is important. And as you stated, if the harbor increases the use of that harbor, we're going to end up. We're going to need a harbor master to make sure to advocate and know that this is happening, that we're going to need more help down there. So I'd feel more comfortable if there was somebody there that's truly focused on the recreational boating.
Yeah, for sure. And just so you know, with our new waterfront and economic development director, we've started, the relationship, bringing that person down here, helping them understand, this vital community. But of course, their focus would be on the leases and the development. But, I think also as we move forward, the fire department can play a much better role in communication with these other city departments to produce, kind of a better understanding and value what happens down here. And I'm focused on that as well.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. I'm done, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Could we possibly hear from the public first?
Well, I usually go through, if you don't have anything, I'll move on to Councilmember Horvath and then we'll go to the public.
Sure.
Councilmember Horvath. I think you're on mute, Christian.
I am. I will try to keep my comments short and again reiterate what some other people have said. So thank you, Keith and Joe Castro. I really appreciate what you did, and I think for anybody that's out there watching, they should realize that when you came in as the police chief, you had to actually take all the things that we as a council had approved, which was done by your predecessor and interim chief, right? Doing the same thing that you're doing now for the fire department. And so it's interesting that you came in on one side of the equation, right? And really turned around the police department in ways that were identified as being needing love. And now you're doing that for the fire department. And so I want to be careful not to micromanage, anything that you are recommending. And really trust in decisions and the forward-thinking policy that you and your staff are really coming up with here. So I thought it was just a really thoughtful and well-written report. And as Todd alluded to, kind of warts and all, right? It has a lot in there. And I think Todd mentioned this too, right? It speaks to strength when you can recognize what is lacking and what is working well, and then be able to move forward. So I'm in support of moving forward with the assessment, as some people have said. I think it's going to be one of the greatest benefits to the department on a go-forward basis. And you and I have had conversations over the years about what does a 21st century fire department look like, and even a 21st century police department look like. And so personally, I was appreciative to see the idea of which we have talked about, right? That Sunnyvale model, that combined public safety department idea, because there is so much overlap that can happen between both departments, especially when it comes to medical calls and things like that. Or I don't remember if I saw it in the report, but we've talked about, the idea of, rescue units not necessarily being stuck at a station and waiting to be called out, but actually actively driving around the same way patrol cars do, and having that ability to respond to medical calls even faster. And I think about that, especially in context of the conversation you and Todd were having about putting a rescue at Station 3, and how does that potentially adversely affect, response times way out to the far end of District 5. So thank you for all that. I will say, I would like to see a lot of these, or if not all of them, come into effect. The things that require more thought on or more conversation, as you were requesting, I think if they're going to come back as decision packages, my recommendation would be over the next month in May to bring those back as unique discussion items, to maybe give yourself some time to flesh it out. And if you really want our opinion or the opinion of the Harbor Commission or the Budget and Finance Commission, then to really flush some of those out before they come back, in a, as part of a decision package. And I know there's not a lot of time because the budget's going to drop on like May 16th. And we've only got maybe 2 meetings before that, but I'm happy to be a part of that process. Otherwise, I do agree with the Tri-City, at least even trying it as a model. It's been talked about for years, and it's not just being talked about here, it's being talked about in the other cities, and I think it does make sense. the Harbor Patrol issue, I think that can lend itself to further conversation. Clearly, I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer, but the preferred option you present, I think, is at least a good step forward in trying to see how we deal with the harbor area. And I'm just going to leave it at that, and I'll clearly talk with you offline a little bit more about things. But thank you again.
Sure. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Obaja, you had your hand up. Did you want to guard to the public, or did you have some comments?
Public, please.
Okay, great. Let's turn to the public. Vicky.
Oh, yeah, so Eugene Sullivan would like to speak.
Thank you, members of council, staff, Mr. Mayor, Chief Kaufman, thank you for the report. A few things have been addressed and a few extra questions I have, please. With regard to the cost of the infrastructure, the other night at our budget and finance, Chief, you also talked about security upgrades at the various locations. So please chime in as to whether or not those security upgrades are included in the infrastructure upgrades you're talking about. You talked about some of the bragging rights. It's true, we're class 1 now. One of the fire department employees said, yeah, we needed bragging rights and we got it with the class 1 designation for the ISO. Sorry, everybody, your insurance rates are not going down with the class 1 designation. Chief Castro was hired, did a great job, I thought, 3/27/2021 as a part-time program coordinator rather than as a consultant, according to the report. To be curious as to what the total cost of Chief Castro's services ended up being. With regard to the regional approach, please be aware that Torrance has Measure SST coming up on the June ballot, which calls for a 0.5% sales tax increase to try and raise $18 million, and the impact of what that might mean if they don't get that sales tax increase. They tried to get a sales tax increase last year and were unable to do it. With regard to Manhattan Beach and their shared services, their fire department is currently in a labor dispute as well. With regard to other unintended consequences and possible expenses, when you look at the Beach Cities Health District and the Healthy Living Campus, expect a higher volume of calls with regard to responses for falls at senior living locations. They're notorious for that. 70% of our calls are medical now. Some fire departments around the country are surcharging senior living locations $500 a call for slip and falls within their facilities. So when you're looking at what the overall expense could be, please plan out or think about what would happen if the Healthy Living Campus landed at our doorstep and what that increase might look like. With regard to the overhire and the cost of that, please understand that we have much higher inflation now than we did when these MOUs were created. If we have to open up the MOUs again, we may not get the city-friendly 1 to 3% increases, but you may look at much higher COLA or inflationary increases, which could impact as an unintended consequence of a lot higher number perhaps than the 1.4, depending upon how that MOU goes for the labor portion of that potential increase. Thank you, again, Chief Kaufman, and thank you again, Chief Castro, and thank you, Council, for the input.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Roger Carlson.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great, thanks. Hey, first of all, I appreciate the comments on why this hasn't come to the Harbor Commission yet. I think generally the Harbor Commission and council and city staff have a great working relationship. Mike Wazansky came to us just last week to talk about budget, and you've come to us with many other things. So I appreciate understanding this a little bit better. And I look forward to that continuing and talk about this more. So the first thing I want to say is that I appreciate the service the Harbor Patrol provides. You can see YouTube videos taken from the pier of boats going into the rocks or under the pier, and Harbor Patrol putting a swimmer in the water for the rescue. And these are just incidents near the pier. There's other incidents on the outer break wall and open ocean that don't make the YouTube videos. And that kind of open ocean swimming in rough weather in a rescue is a really special skill. That's a that's a tough thing. Just open ocean swimming isn't for everybody. There's a lot of other skills out there. We mentioned, adding another Pelican case of drugs. Well, but the Pelican case on a boat is rigged differently. Things get wet, things get turned over. So whether it's tools or another drug package or something, rigging things is different on a boat. It requires a special skill set and a different set of crew. So, sharing personnel back and forth across the harbor and on land can be tricky. And I think we've heard a lot of comments acknowledging that. So I really appreciate how much we're doing with the status quo, but I do wish the status quo was a little bit improved. I wish we could get back to doing the boat inspections. We've had discussions very recently about boats potentially leaking sewage. That was an issue with liveaboards. If we inspected boats as they came into the harbor or inspected boats that have been in the harbor for a long time, we might catch things like that. There's oil leaks in addition to sewage leaks. The report mentions community emergency response planning. The harbor needs a very specific, dedicated response, and they're working on that. At the last commission meeting, actually March, at the quarterly public safety report, there was a really good report on tsunami planning and what Harbor Patrol did when the tsunami came and sloshed the water around in the harbor. We didn't see the damage that other harbors did. We did have some weird currents. The Harbor Patrol boats were safe, but an emergency response down in the harbor would mean knocking on every single boat, not just the liveaboards, but you never know when somebody's sleeping on their boat for a night. So that's going to be a very specific community response that we'll have to plan out. So generally, I'm really glad that you're recommending a harbor master because there's a lot of future planning to come. A harbor master right now could be studying. There's a lot of statistics here on call responses, and I'd be careful drawing a conclusion on lower calls during the wintertime. Wintertimes when the weather's bad, wintertimes when there's fewer boats out on the water to lend assistance. We get fewer calls at night. That'll change if we get a boat ramp.
Is there a motion to extend?
Stand. 1 minute.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any objection? Okay, take another minute, Roger.
Thanks. I'll wrap it up. So we get lower calls during the winter. I would be careful about drawing conclusions on that. That'll especially change if we get a boat ramp. A boat ramp is going to drive boaters down there 24/7. Fishermen go out early when there's a boat ramp. That's the kind of thing a dedicated harbor master could study. We could be looking at statistics in nearby harbors, the calls that are specific to a boat ramp. We could start planning now for what we're going to need because a boat ramp may be years away, but it's not too soon to start planning for it. So, the one conclusion I would definitely support here is getting a dedicated harbor master as soon as possible, ideally in this year's budget package. Really appreciate all the work that went into this. Really appreciate the chief reaching out to Harbor Commission and other members of the boating community down in the harbor and putting all the work into this. And thanks a lot for doing this. Thanks a lot for starting it.
Okay, thank you, Roger.
Okay, Mr. Hansen wanted to speak on this item. Mark Hansen.
Good evening, council, staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater. First off, I want to add a huge thank you to Chief Kaufman and Chief Castro. This is an amazing amount of work. Thank you so very much. And thank you for outreaching to the boaters and to the harbor stakeholders. That was absolutely great. I don't think I need to see anything about Harbor Commission. It sounds like you guys are going to go chat with them. So just a few things to touch on. Chief Kaufman touched on the concern we've heard, which is, mostly semantics about the rank of captain and the position of captain. And so, yeah, we can just try to help the public understand that. But the one comment I do want to make on that is it sounded like, maybe we're looking at having folks of equal rank on the boat together. And I still want to kind of state the obvious that you got to have one person in charge of the boat, okay? Whether it's a plane or a boat, you got to have one single final authority. When things are going fast and furious, somebody's got to be there to make the decisions. Now, whether you base that on who's most senior or somebody has more qualifications, but it's just a small point. But I think, and I would like to, even though it's a semantic problem, I really like to see us keep the title of a boat captain, so that kind of reinforces, yeah, that's the one guy in charge. At any rate, On to in-harbor rescue. I've been copied on several very comprehensive comments that you guys have received from some of our more experienced boaters, and there's a real consensus there that there needs to be 24/7 rescue response from within the harbor. Baywatch at night may be a reasonable option. However, the two big things I'm hearing is that Baywatch coverage during the day while they're out covering the county beaches is not an acceptable safety option, and that Harbor Patrol response from an inland fire station is also not an acceptable safety option. As I think you all have a feel for, these boats on the rocks is just one of our big problems down there, and there is simply no extra time when that's happening. A response from inland or from down the coast, boat's just going to get there way too late to save any lives. Finally, this interesting harbor master, harbor director discussion. One small part of it is that, yeah, we need a defined division chief for the Harbor Patrol guys to report to. That one's easy. But the idea of a harbor director or harbor master, one of the big things I'm getting in all the comments I'm reading is that they really want somebody, as Councilman MD said, that's got a background in harbor management or recreational boating. The challenge there is, do we happen to have one of our 3 division chiefs who has that? Can I steal another 30?
Is there a motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
30 seconds. Yes.
Any objection? Okay, take another 30 seconds, Mark.
Great. So anyway, obviously we have to see, do we have a division chief that can do that, or do we need to go outside? And some of the comments I received, they really like the idea of it being a standalone person who wasn't under the umbrella of public safety. So I think we got a brain teaser to work on there. Is this one individual or is it 2 people? Do we have one person that the Harbor Patrol officers report to as a division chief? And do we have a separate non-public safety person whose whole emphasis is harbor management and recreational boating? Thanks, folks.
Okay, next. Vicky.
I'm sorry, the Zoom comments, and we also have a couple of VP comments, and Melissa will read those. Thank you.
Our first e-comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. The Redondo Beach Fire Department assessment confirms major concerns. Eye-opening analysis by Acting Fire Chief Kaufman. Expert assistance of retired LAFD Chief Deputy Joe Castro. The layers to the onion are finally peeled back. Our former fire chief was apparently a non-leader who left our valued first responders with the inability to recommend and effect changes so desperately needed. We should be alarmed our firefighters felt unsupported and silenced under his reign. Alarmed that the city was kept in the dark with a complicit former city manager and former majority council member refusing to listen. Regarding much needed resources to truly have and operate a premier fire department. The independent report is shocking and shows everything first responders said in 2019 about the department operations was true and necessary steps toward fixing it. It's also shocking 2 council members still in office were part of the process to hide the problems, make up an unverified financial analysis, and put public safety at risk. Even now, one is still honest with us. Here are some notable quotes from the rank and file in the report. It seemed like the last chief was politically motivated and making decisions more on politics than true public safety. The former fire chief was hired by a different city manager to maintain the status quo. The former fire chief was absentee in his last year. He was disconnected from the crews. We just never really saw him. Our manuals and operational books haven't been updated in years. They've been replaced by a series of memorandums and letters that don't make sense. Things get swept under the rug. Guys are handcuffed. They want to do more. Overtime is out of control. The report is only the first step in making much needed improvements to our fire department. This time around, our city council needs to do the right thing and support our first responders. The second comment submitted by Mel Samples, District 5, regarding harbor staffing. As a matter of the city's transparency process and trust in the public wisdom, this item continues to disappoint. The tradition of the council members having essentially inside information and arriving at their own decisions well in advance of any interested parties providing input appears to continue. The council should refer this item to the Harbor Commission for input prior to considering its own decision, but I am sure this will not happen here. Much of the documentation for this item appears to be steeped in the as yet undisclosed fire department assessment that has been in development for many months. Therefore, at best, this is a premature discussion regarding a long-term issue that deserves further scrutiny. Short of my general comments listed above, and since I am reasonably sure that the council will act without said Harbor Commission input, the recommended option, number 5, is most palatable with one major exception. The harbor master should not be staffed, either full or part-time, by an existing police or fire officer, but rather it should be created as a new non-sworn position. The position of the harbor master requires distinct knowledge of boating and harbor operations. Though the harbor master needs work closely with, she needs to be independent of the politics and procedures dictated by the public safety organizations. This organizational structure is consistent with most other harbor/port operations throughout the country. Thank you. Next comment submitted by Lee Caller. I wish to comment on the Harbor Patrol aspects of this report. It is important that we have 24/7 coverage of the harbor for the on-the-water rescue. The weather doesn't take the night off, and when a boat is in danger of going on the rocks, waiting for a response from an inland station is not going to work. I note that Baywatch, also present in the harbor, has a primary responsibility are the beaches and may not be available to handle emergencies inside the harbor. This is not an adequate substitute for a harbor patrol dedicated to the harbor. We also really need a harbor master who understands harbor operations. This should be referred to the Harbor Commission for public comments. And then the last comment submitted by Donna Capraro. Please keep our fire department local. Do not go to LA County. This is not what is best for the residents of Redondo Beach. And that is the end of e-comment.
Okay, is that the end of the public comments that we have for now, Vicki?
It appears so. No one else has raised their hand to speak. Thank you.
Because I got several emails from people that I think the city clerk was CC'd on. It would take a long time to read them all, but I want to thank everybody for the input that they sent in. I wrote the names down here: Lisa Falk, Jim Light, Roger Carlson, Mark Hansen, Mike Martin, David Martin, Wayne Craig, Mel Samples, Lee Collier, Charles Hammond, Donna Capraro, and particularly the Firefighters Association and their president, Kenny Campos, for submitting detailed comments about both this assessment and how to proceed. So I just wanted to get that in without reading them all. I just want to make sure everybody knows that they got read by us, and we will not be moving forward without taking everybody's comments into consideration, including all the commissions that express their opinion. So Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Kaufman, for all your work on this. I think we've all waited a very long time to get this. We got it, and it's been very eye-opening. And I really want to highlight what you said about the firefighters, because I heard it from them too, which is that they're willing to support any direction that we move in, as long as we give clear direction and we're not zigging and zagging, and we're supporting them in their jobs, making sure that they can do it with efficiency, with the equipment they need, the training they need, and that they can respond, continue to respond effectively and be supported by the council and the city. And they want certainty in their future, because, and I can tell you as an employment attorney, that's exactly what everybody wants in their job. They don't want to be, they don't want to be basing their life around Redondo Beach and then think, oh, we're going to get shipped out to Lancaster if we merge with the county. So in any event, here's what I think everybody wants to do. I think what we're united in is we want a great fire response in Redondo Beach. And I think that your assessment gives us the tools at least from your expertise based on looking in, to be able to do that. So, and this is notwithstanding anything else we may explore aside to compare, if we want to compare apples to apples, we've got to continue to bring this up to a first-rate fire department, which I recognize that it partially has been recognized as such, but there's a lot more room for improvement. So we need to continue to bring it up, and then we can compare what would it cost if we were to contract the county, or if we end up taking up any of these partnerships with the neighboring cities, which seem to be good ideas. So what I'd like to do is move to, I guess, provide direction. I guess we're not going to be funding any of these right now, right? We're going to get budget response reports on it. So adopt 1 through 3, move forward on 1 through 3. And number 4, just send all of the Harbor Patrol recommendations to the Harbor Commission. It seems like what everybody wants, and get their recommendation. Then that can come back to us here at City Council. And frankly, I don't need to know the details of the fire system, fire technology you're recommending. If the firefighters support it, if you as the interim chief support it, I think that's enough. And we obviously need to know the costs. And if the city manager says that we can afford to do it, then I think that's sufficient. I'm not going to micromanage what technology you choose. But it is awesome to hear about the technology that you have implemented, like the auto pulse resuscitation system. Second, I think we're going to need a new interim fire chief at some point, unless you're planning on staying on, Chief Kaufman. So I think y'all should probably start that search. And I do say interim because we are going to be looking. We're going to be doing the county assessment, and we don't want somebody who's going to come in and essentially work against a neutral look at the fire at the county, which is the next item on agenda. And then, of course, pursuant to what Councilmember Lowenstein and Councilmember Narenheim were saying, is we do need to look at the further cost of infrastructure improvements required at the firehouses to modernize those very old structures. So I'd make a motion to provide staff direction on that.
Let me ask our city manager, because that's a great way to lay it out, Councilmember Obaji, but I wanted to ask Mike in this particular item, or Chief Kaufman, are you looking for this sort of direction? It seemed that you were looking for some of this. This could be a receive and file and move on to the next item and make bigger decisions, or we could make our decisions under this item. And I just need direction probably from this city.
Yeah, all of what was in that motion, we can work with. I think the one thing that you did earlier, a couple of you I've heard from on this that you might want to consider adding is whether or not you want to form a mayor and council subcommittee that would actually continue to evaluate any of the assessment items in more detail, any of the tri-city conversations, and or as we work through the details on what we request of the county on a scope of service basis, have a committee help us with that too.
Let me interrupt on that just for a second, Mike, because I think we absolutely should. We've got our budget coming up, and we've got decision packages going to be dropping, budget response reports people want. And I really think a subcommittee needs to get going and really roll up their sleeves and get started quickly. Because, we're in budget season. Timing's perfect. And we had a great report here, and as well as other options we want to look at. So, but again, back to my question. Is this the appropriate time to be doing?
Yeah. Well, you can't adopt these things, but you can give us direction to return with the appropriate action items.
Okay.
For the budget discussion in May and June. So everything that was on Zane's motion there, we can work with. I would love to keep Keith, for the next, however many months it's going to take for us to get through all these assessments. I doubt I'll be able to convince him to do that. So there will likely need to be a successor interim fire chief. And I happen to agree that is likely our next step as we complete our analysis. So I don't know if that necessarily needs to be in the motion or not. That might be lending itself into more of an administrative action. But everything that's in there, we can work with, and that's the kind of direction we're generally looking for. But for what I think would also be helpful here is perhaps the construction of a subcommittee to help with the evaluation.
And thanks. Mayor, I would prefer that we form a subcommittee, but I'll go for whatever y'all want to do. But I would prefer that we form a subcommittee for the county study for essentially preparing the metrics for what we want from as far as a quote from the county. But for a subcommittee to both go over all of the recommendations of the chief and figure out what to do and what not to do, and then also go over a quote request to the county, I think is going to be essentially a full-time job for a couple of council members on that subcommittee, and I'm certainly not going to be on it. So anyhow, that's my thought on it. Is I'd reserve a subcommittee for the next item. But
okay. So is that a motion basically that you're making?
Yeah, that was my motion.
Okay.
I'll second that, but I'll have to make some amendments if you're open for amendments.
I'm open for amendments depending on what they are.
Okay, we'll go through them as we go forward.
All right, I'm done. Thanks.
Councilmember Nierenheim, go ahead.
Okay, so, I'll just say, a lot of these problems that this report identified and that we're now fixing were not created over the last 6 months. And it's been really over the last many years that these, the last fire chief and last city manager and, many various positions and people have brought us forward to this now. I don't want to, try to fix everything in one fall swoop. That's not what we're going to be able to accomplish here. With that said, I hear what the community has said, and I would have rather had this report been asked for at least a general direction from the council and community as to what they value. And I think it's a little bit putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. So to that point, what was the total cost of this report? How much we paid Chief Castro, how much we had to pay other people in this department to cover Chief Kaufman's time, if we had extra pay, if we hired any extra consultants. I mean, it wasn't free. Nobody did this as volunteer. It's not like you're a council member, What was the cost of this report?
Yeah, I haven't run Chief Castro's payroll, but I think the direct cost would be that Keith served, both the police department and the fire department for a time period there and was compensated for those roles and responsibilities. So I don't think that was necessarily attributable to the report itself. But we could run that analysis. I don't have that number today for you, but I can certainly look into it. It's an easy enough thing to determine. But that really would be the expense. I suppose with some reproduction cost and maybe some staff spent evaluating and editing. If you're looking for hours allocated to the effort, in addition to Chief Castro, to get you a sense of staff time, that wouldn't be a direct cost, but an indirect cost. We'd have to probably put our heads together and figure how many hours it took to kind of go through all this material. But on a hard cost basis, it's really Joe's time and what he was paid on a part-time basis.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, Chief Castro wasn't cheap. And I mean, my point with this is people are going to start asking questions. Oh, we're going to save a bunch of money and we have to understand what we're dealing with here. And for me, it's the Budget and Finance Commission needs to take a good hard look at a zero-based budget for the fire department over the last 5 years. Chief Kaufman himself said it regarding a lot of extra items that were purchased for the fire department that were in budget response reports that were not necessarily part of the budget. So let me, Councilmember Abaji, would you be open? I'd like to make an amendment. I've already talked to El Segundo and Manhattan Beach. They've had continual conversations about shared resources. I'd like to have a subcommittee with the mayor. And mayor can, I don't want to be a Brown Act committee, but just a subcommittee. Do we choose on this now? I think that's what we did with our Olympic subcommittee, correct? Who was on it?
I don't know. That might be a two-step process. We might have to come back with you to form the subcommittee. I'll defer to Mike Webb if he's on as to whether or not you can make that decision now as part of your motion. I think we might have to return with an item for you to decide to do that. But we could certainly bring that back to you on May 3rd for you to choose who's on the subcommittee.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having everything, having the whole plate on that subcommittee, Councilmember Baji. And the reason why is because a lot of these things are intricately linked with each other. It's not going to take as much time. We can do a lot of this stuff via Zoom. And I've already talked to, like I said, El Segundo Manhattan. El Segundo is very interested in having a meeting just between some of the electeds and staff, and just to see if there is something that's happening. So, Mr. Webb, your camera's on. What are your thoughts there on how we make sure that this is not a Brown Act?
Now, or do we need to come back with it?
You can appoint the subcommittee now. It's possible action, but for it not to be a Brown Act, it can only be the mayor and
2 council members,
and no one else can be on it. I would encourage you to talk with Chief Kaufman about the previous discussions that staff was having, and they involved the city attorneys from the 3 cities, and then those conversations just stopped. So maybe explore that before you spend more time. But the subcommittee you can appoint tonight is just 2 of you and the mayor, and that's all that can be on it.
Okay. So I'll make a motion there, or actually, if you can, Councilmember Baji, myself, Councilmember Lowenstein, you don't be a part of it, and we'll pick the mayor on there.
All right, I'll accept that amendment.
Perfect. And then before we spend any money, I'd rather have any new items, expenses go through his budget response reports. And I specifically want to have those going through the Budget and Finance Commission. And I want them to be specifically looking at the costs associated with the fire department, both budget response reports coming up and past tense. So we get a good idea as to what we have been spending on the fire department. It sounds like we don't really know.
All right, I'll take that.
Well, we can
possible?
we can prepare that as a budget response report. What we would do then is evaluate if there's anything in particular that we would recommend as part of the proposed budget. Anything that I think based on this direction that feels like you want additional vetting, prepare as a BRR, probably would drop in your first deposit of budget response reports in June. We've got some time constraint to try to get substantive analysis from the Budget Finance Commission. They'll have several bites at the apple as it relates to the proposed budget. We might have to do some real-time discussion with them in May as it's prepared for us to be able to give you some input before you make final decisions. So I want to manage some level of expectation as to how many chances the Budget Finance Commission is going to get to talk about this. We've got a big budget to get out to you. We can't let the whole thing be derailed by, this type of review. So we've got to be as efficient in that as we can.
I totally hear what you're saying, but I want to be, like I said, I don't see this as a problem that we're going to solve overnight or within the scope of this budget. And I like what Councilmember Obaji said with the interim fire chief. If we need to get one between now and then, I'm not sure how much longer Chief Kaufman's going to be there. And I want to be prepared for options. It's going to be a multi-year process to implement anything that we do moving forward. So I definitely want the Budget and Finance Commission to have a zero-based budget, a look at the fire department and a past tense. I think it's really important. If we're going to be spending this kind of money, we're spending record amount of money on our fire service and getting, the least amount of service, so to speak. So I really want to make sure that we go over this with a fine-tooth comb, that we're spending the money correctly.
Yeah, and if that's the direction, I'm certainly fine with that. I just want you all to know that it's probably not something to be able to accomplish before you make your final decisions in June, right? We're going to have to take some time with that in the commission.
If we think that there's
to do a zero-based budgeting review, we're going to need several meetings to probably go through that with them. And that probably won't happen by the end of June before you adopt next year's budget.
And that's fine. If we can look at some of these budget response reports and say, these are necessities, that we can do maybe an overhire for the ladder truck, right? I mean, clearly there's a need for that. So that's where I'm looking at, again, one small step, picking away at some of these problems. That's it.
Yeah, and I think we can get you the low-hanging fruit, the immediate items, probably so you can act on those if you'd like. But the fuller, more comprehensive, zero-based discussion we can do over some time.
Right. Okay.
Okay, well, sounds like there's a motion there.
Well, it's additional to what he has written
Okay.
down.
Is it clear, Mike, what the motion is?
Yeah, I think so.
These are the additions.
In particular, I want to note, we're exploring the Tri-City conversation as well, and that the subcommittee would be involved with that. That's all clear.
Okay, great. Councilmember MD.
I was just going to make Obaji's motion before the changes, so I would have seconded your motion the way it was, but that was it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Councilmember Obaji, would you pull that back up again?
Yeah.
I think, number one should be move forward with the assessment recommendations before you get into the specifics, because there may be other low-hanging fruit recommendations that the chief feels can be accomplished in the short term. Put it in a really big type point. That's good. I wanted to ask the idea of an interim fire chief, right? I understand what Councilmember Obaji was saying, but at the same time, I have a concern that maybe somebody who's interim doesn't necessarily take on the visionary, really take on the duty and the capacity of what needs to happen, right? Because they look at themselves as just being, I'm only here for a short period of time, as opposed to taking ownership of something. And so, Chief Kaufman, I just wanted to get your perspective and maybe city manager's perspective on that. Does having an interim versus somebody who is actually going to come in and really drive forward these recommendations, much in the same way that Chief Kaufman came in already with a preordained list of recommendations to institute? Thoughts?
It's all going to depend on the person. And my commitment to Mike is to work with him and work with you guys till everybody's comfortable with somebody moving forward. And comfortable means somebody that can take your expectations of this assessment and push it forward, even on an interim basis. So I'll definitely work with him to identify that person, and we'll go from there. But I'm committed to getting the city there. It's that important of an issue, because after I leave, I'm a resident and I want to see it happen too.
Right.
And what I would add to that, Councilman, is that I think I understand your concerns. We would certainly, ultimately it would depend on who we hire and how they're directed. I would say that out of fairness, and given the fact that we haven't gotten to the next item yet, but as we move through these various reviews, out of fairness, we're going to have to hire somebody that recognizes there's some transitory nature to that employment, right? That's just the reality. We've got to have some flexibility there, depending on ultimately what this council wants to see implemented in its final form. So out of fairness to whoever we bring on, I want to make sure that we're clear as a community as to where we're heading. So we bring the right person in for the job, long term. So we're going to have short-term needs and we're going to have longer-term needs. And I think to get to those longer-term needs, we're going to need likely another short-term hire. So that's ultimately administrative decision. I'm not sure it's something that really the council by charter, by Muni Code really should weigh in on. I happen to agree with the concept. So that's why I'm phrasing it that way. But candidly, I would suggest that is probably not something that's part of the motion. You don't need it. I'm in full support of it, and you'll likely see that at the appropriate time.
All right.
I think Mike anticipated what I was going to say. So it really shouldn't be part of the motion. He's astute enough to, based on this and your direction on the next item, to make the appropriate hire, but it really is a city manager function and not at all a council function. So I would suggest removing it from the motion.
Right. I've stricken it here on the paper.
Great. Would you mind pulling your screen back up again?
Yep.
Thank you. So in the specifics here, you mentioned hired additional administrative staff, but I do recall Chief Kaufman, one of his requests also dealt with non-sworn personnel related to fire prevention, inspections and whatnot. I don't know if you want to call that out or if that can just fall under, the general move forward with.
This is the bullet point that I was putting in, and it includes these.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you. All right. Thanks for clarifying. Okay. Can you scroll down a little bit? The subcommittee, my only recommendation there is you have the mayor and the two South Redondo representatives. It may be good to have Councilwoman MD on that subcommittee. That way you're really representing the true breadth of the city. So District 1 all the way up to District 5. That's just food for thought. I think that would be a recommendation from my perspective. And that's it. I will if you'd be willing to make those changes, I think that would make it better.
I appreciate that. But since Councilmember MD said that she would have not wanted a subcommittee, then I imagine she doesn't want to be on the subcommittee. Moreover, I think Councilmember Lowenstein doesn't go a meeting without talking about the needs of North Redondo. So I think he's got the needs very well in the front of his mind. So I think everybody realizes the distance that exists between Firehouse 2 and the very north of Redondo Beach is far, and to have a fire truck so far away is problematic. So anything we can do to increase the responsiveness of the very north of the city is of the utmost importance to all of us.
Okay, is there any more public comment, Vicki?
Unless someone else wishes to raise their hand in Zoom, I don't have any more public comment.
Okay. Okay, is the motion clear then, Mike Jansky?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji? And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, great. Again, I guess you'll be in for the next item too, Keith, but just yeoman's work. That's all I can say. And so many of the things you touched on, it's just incredibly complex and quite a smorgasbord of options for us to do, including facilities assessment. I particularly enjoyed your talk about overtime because you're talking to somebody who came from 41 years of operational experience. And there's always people, if anybody who's been in that sort of environment, who want all the overtime they can get their hands on. And there's always a balance between how much overtime do you pay versus do you take on new people? Because there is a moving target there. But when you start seeing $3.7 million and you start seeing people getting burned out and you start seeing people getting mandatoried, you've gone too far. And I think that, Chief, and I think Mike Witanski knows that. And it's the kind of thing that you know it when you see it. And I think we've gotten there with overtime in the fire department. So anyway, next up is item number N2. I'm sorry, did you want to say something? Somebody?
No, I'm good. Sorry.
Okay. Next up is item number N2. N2 is discussion possible action regarding completion of a feasibility study for the provision of fire services in the city of Redondo Beach by the Consolidated Fire Prevention District of Los Angeles County. Luke Smoody.
Yeah, Mayor, and I'm going to ask Luke, since we've talked through a lot of these things, to be as brief as we can, but did want to introduce Luke, who's been working on this, and take it away, Luke.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Item 4 tonight is tied to the 6-month strategic plan objective to bring an item to council to discuss the scope of contract fire services to be studied by Los Angeles County, and to do that in conjunction with the Redondo Beach Firefighters Association. And as you may recall, there's a 10-step evaluation process with the LA County Fire Authority. And those 10 steps start with the city requesting a study, which in our case now would be the renewal of the study, and then providing that refreshed data and continuing all the way through the completion of a fully comprehensive review and negotiation that would provide the basis for the fire services contract for consideration by council, if that ends up being the chosen path. And previously, the city left off at step 6 in the process, which represents the completion of the preliminary study and evaluation as to whether to proceed with a more comprehensive evaluation, which can be provided after the execution of a reimbursement agreement with the county. And so the fire department previously provided a 150-page document detailing the basic information requested by the county for their questionnaire for preliminary evaluation. The bullet points on this slide represent the high-level section headings requested by the county. And as you can see, it's kind of a one-size-fits-all solution. And so while our response was robust, it did not include requests for any additional services that are provided by the Redondo Beach Fire Department or ultimately desired by the community. And so now we have the opportunity to include additional items and capture the wishes of the city council. So this list of additional services was developed collaboratively with the fire chief and the Redondo Beach Firefighters Association, who stand ready to assist in moving the evaluation process forward. And direction is needed from council on whether to include these items in the county request and or modify the list. And obviously that step has sort of been discussed on the previous item. And so following direction from council, staff will assemble the updated information and submit that data to the county. And the county is expected to take between 3 to 4 months to evaluate the information we provide and then send back that updated preliminary feasibility study. And so at that time, staff would be able to prepare a reimbursement agreement that would be needed for the continuation for the county to review and have council consider that further study. And just wanted to make a note here, $30,000 was appropriated to fund this more detailed study of our city facilities, equipment, and vehicles as part of the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget. And if that reimbursement agreement is approved, the more detailed study would entail close collaboration with the county to physically inspect our stations, catalog and evaluate our equipment, as well as work through our vehicle inventory to determine the suitability of our fleet, facilities, and equipment for use within the county's operating structure. And so at this time, it's recommended that you discuss and provide direction. Obviously, we sort of addressed this in the last item, but we're basically looking for your input on what to include in that county feasibility study. And this includes a presentation on this item, and obviously here to capture any additional feedback you might have. And myself, Chief Kaufman, and Mike Wazansky, also available for any questions that you might have.
And what I might add, thank you, Luke, is that really based on you forming the subcommittee, it would be my recommendation at this point that you refer the analysis of the additional materials we ask in the full scope of work from the county to be discussed by that subcommittee, and that we come back with that list and the council bless that through a consent calendar item or some other subsequent action, and then we move forward.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. That's exactly what I was going to say. Since we formed the subcommittee that'll work with the Firefighters Association and staff and complete that questionnaire and present it as an item, your consent calendar or whatever, just to keep people abreast of how things are proceeding. So, although we answered a lot of the questions in the previous item. Okay, Councilmember Nairnut.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I want to be careful on these additional services that we have put in here. And I know last time when we did this, we didn't get the full input of the Firefighters Association. It's definitely a required item for me on input for this. So what is it that you're specifically looking for from us on this? Just a motion to receive and file this report and give direction to prepare this report and work with the subcommittee on preparation of the report?
Yeah, I think so. And refer really, I think, to on the preparation of the scope of services requested from the county as part of the feasibility study.
Okay, so I'll make that motion. Thank you. And let's see, what else? One other thing I had in here. No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Yeah.
I did. Fair.
Oh, Councilmember Baji, was that the second? Okay. Any public comment, Vicki?
Yeah, we have two. First, Eugene Sullivan, actually 3, and then we have e-comments to follow.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. When we had this phase 2 study possibly come back last time, the staff had created a report that contradicted some of the cost savings from the county. And many of those things have proven to be perhaps ill-conceived or not thoroughly investigated. For example, the workers' compensation costs were estimated to continue to increase for non-presumptive new injuries. They would not increase. And we had an actuary that was hired by the city come in and say that, or tell us that, no, the claims frequency would go down, the claims cost would go down for non-presumptive injuries because you would have no new claims. You essentially carterize that aspect of it. The report also that contradicted or discussed the cost savings called for 0 raises for the fire department. Well, we have MOUs and we know that that is not the case. That's going to continue to go up. Another thing to consider when you're looking at this and you get the analysis back is if you're getting a full picture, as you discussed in the last item, of all of the expenses related to running the fire department. So for example, some of the overtime was not booked to the fire department. It was booked elsewhere. So the 3.7 million that the mayor mentioned a little while ago, not all of that was booked to the fire department. $1 million of it, if I remember correctly, was booked. You have other expenses that are being built in as one-time expenditures for the fire department that were not booked or evaluated as part of the fire department budget, the 23 million that we had. The county analysis last time recommended or had an option where we were down staffing to 19. And then we ended up removing a man from the, or a person from the ladder truck anyway. So just if we can get an idea of what the true cost, the true expense, all of these different things, all of the overtime, all of the one-time appropriations or estimated appropriations, all of the different components that go into running our fire department as an apples to apples comparison. And I would ask members of the council, all of you, I should say, to kindly refrain from lighting fires on contentious issues on social media and telling people that we're going to do this and the next thing you know, we're going to be with the county fire department. I would ask the question directly, but Luke addressed it directly. In item 8, the council will have the opportunity to either approve or deny this service agreement. Entering into this analysis does not mean in any way, shape, or form that we are committed to going to county fire. The council will get to decide. Thank you.
Motion to extend 30 seconds.
I'm all set, but thank you very kindly, Councilmember Wood.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sandra Siegel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Siegel. I was trained by Redondo Beach Fire Department CERT, or Community Emergency Response Team, back in 2001, as well as many follow-up trainings. I think that outsourcing fire services to the county is a terrible idea. I think that wasting money, anyone's money, to do a feasibility study is a terrible idea. You can say that the firefighters support this, but that's not the full picture. The firefighters union would like their members to work for a department which offers a career path. The Redondo Beach Fire Department does not offer a career path. That department hasn't had a fire chief for several years. With all due respect to the retiring police chief who stepped up to cover that position for a number of years, not having a dedicated fire chief is indicative of a department which does not have appropriate leadership and pathways for promotion to leadership. Furthermore, RBFD has been underfunded and understaffed for many, many years. If you neglect a child and then the child complains, the answer is not to pay foster parents to take care of the child. The answer is not to outsource our fire department to the county. The answer is to fully fund and fully staff the Redondo Beach Fire Department. Mr. Mayor and Council, when you spend too much on overtime, it's because you don't have enough staff. You can say that this will save money, but the clear financial winner of this proposal is the county fire department. They get our equipment and our firehouses and millions of our dollars every year with a guaranteed yearly increase. And we get what? A promise that we'll get the same service. That promise will not be kept. As thousands of residents have learned in CERT training, it is not a matter of if, but when we will experience a major earthquake or other catastrophe which will make our lives unrecognizable. When that day comes, Redondo Beach will be at the bottom of the county's priority list. We need a department for whom Redondo Beach will be at the top of the priority list. I am one of thousands of residents who love our fire department. I've needed support from paramedics twice in my 34 years in Redondo, and they were great. But I love the fire department as it existed back when city leadership supported our fire department. Mr. Mayor and Council, of all of the things that you spend resources on because they are near and dear to your individual hearts, job one for city leadership is to keep the residents safe. And if you outsource to the county, you are not doing your jobs. It was inappropriate for you to do an end run around this item with amendments made in the previous item before hearing from the public on this item. We have a very special fire department and very special firefighters and paramedics. If we lose this department, we will look back on this as the worst decision ever made in the history of the city of Redondo Beach. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Kent Iverson.
Unmute. Okay, Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Kent Iverson. I'm a 30-year resident of Redondo Beach and also a member of RB CERT. In considering outsourcing our fire protection to the county, I would ask one question. What makes community? Is it the people, civic organizations, service and infrastructure? Can any one of these stand alone? When we start outsourcing our services and infrastructure, what binds us together? In our history as a community, we've built piers, city centers, schools, libraries. We've established essential community services like the police and fire to further our sense of safety and stability as a community. Redondo Beach politicians seek short-term financial gains to figure out how to give away the infrastructure and dilute the service. Those savings will evaporate and disappear over time. The county asks us for our money to document how they can get a larger revenue stream, gaining capital assets for free while making could-be assurances, but no promises. We are a ripe target. Do we want to get locked into that for 10 years? And when we discover it's a smoke and mirrors, it's been promised, do we want to have to start from scratch, having been left with a gutted infrastructure and no equipment? With the departure of the fire department, what's next? Police? We've made and continue to make significant investments to establish and maintain these services to our community, dedicated to our community. As Chief Kaufman indicated, we have fallen behind. Personally, I would vote to commit to make the necessary investments. At what point do we say enough short-term thinking? Let's make the commitment to the community, to the city. Let's move forward with the city, not the county. We are Redondo Beach, and we are proud of our city and our essential services. We have friends in those services. There are many reasons the fire department is beloved by the community, because they are part of our community. I, for one, do not want to have to be calling the county in Hawthorne for fire service and wondering what other county events are pulling resources from our firehouses. Members of the city council, keep it in Redondo. Thank you.
That concludes public speakers. We have any comments now.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. Just remind the speakers, there's no decisions being made. We're doing an assessment. And I've spoken to a lot of elected officials all over the South Bay. In particular, I spoke with Tom Backley, who was the city manager in Hermosa when they did their analysis. And every person, to a person, said it would be wrong not to assess what the county could offer you and for what price. So we're just looking at everything. We haven't making any decisions, and appreciate everybody's passion about it, but there's no decision. This is not some foregone conclusion. And yeah, I brought this up and did this assessment 12 years ago, and nothing happened. So it's great that it's finally moving forward. We can look at it. We'll learn things from the county, whether we ever contract with them or not. I think it's going to be a great experience, especially working with our firefighters association, who are encouraging this as well. So it's just due diligence, frankly. And it would be a mistake not to look at all our options, especially in this assessment period that we're in. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. I'll remind the previous speakers, and I appreciate their comments very much. A, we don't take this lightly. We always do our due diligence on this council. B, the fact that we're being criticized for spending money on this. We just spent money on the previous item. And I'll refresh people's memories of folks that weren't here. That's Zane. 3 or 4 years ago, the Firefighters Association offered to pay for a firefighter study, and that was rejected. So here we are, and we are paying for something that is very valuable. Whether we end up going that route or keeping it in-house or something else, we gain tremendous amounts of knowledge from that. So to make our ideas, so our department is even more efficient. The other thing I wanted to bring up as we go through this is the obvious that wasn't adhered to last time, and that was we didn't hear from the county after phase 1. They didn't come and present to the city. We asked for that to happen, and they never did. And then we had staff presenting what their results were, the initial phase. I don't want that to happen this time. If we end up doing this, and we can discuss this when we're on the subcommittee, I'd like somebody from the county here to present what they determined in terms of phase 1 and phase 2. When I asked for it last time, I think it was a former employee, I'll just say the city manager, said, well, they didn't ask to come and present. Well, that's not how we go through our vendors, our suppliers, or anybody we work with and do contracts with for something this large. I would like to hear directly from the source, not from staff presenting whatever it is that they have. So I'm hoping that that's pretty clear. I would like us as a council to hear directly from county fire when they present. I would like them to present, not have staff present for them. So thank you, Luke, for this presentation. That's it.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I want to emphasize, I appreciate the points made, and trust me, I live right here on Rockefeller, and I love seeing the fire house right there, and I don't want frankly, I wouldn't prefer any of that to change and to keep our firefighters. But about a few years ago, or maybe 2 years ago now, sorry, my cats are hungry, I need to run down and feed them. But the council member here in my shoes flip-flopped on the fire study, and after phase 1 didn't vote for phase 2, even though the firefighters supported paying, they were willing to pay the $26,000, proceed with that due diligence. And so then they started a recall effort against him, and they nearly got 25% of the voters in District 4 to sign up to put his recall on the ballot. They're short by 93 signatures only because he walked around collecting signatures. That's to say that there is a mandate here in District 4 to conduct this assessment. It is a matter of diligence. People want to know what are the comparable services that could be provided by LA County Fire Department, and what are they going to cost? And here's the other thing. There's a lot of stuff at the county level that's crappier than it is here at the local level, in small ball. Frankly, it's contentious time, but I would, there are many services that I would never trade up from Redondo to the county. The LA County Fire Department, though, is very highly respected, and they've got the ability to deal with hazards, tragedies, natural disasters at a capacity in the way that we don't. Up until recently, our firefighters were not getting the training that they needed to deal with major building fires, the type of which that city of LA dealt with in downtown, where they had to cut open ceilings and the like, and they didn't have uniformity in their training. Now we're taking steps to improve that. We just did an N1. I think we basically set up the beginning of spending $1.4 million on an annual basis to improve our fire department. But at the same time, as a matter of diligence, we've got to look at what the county could provide and at what cost and the like. That's what our residents demand, like Councilmember Lowenstein said, is our due diligence. And that's all this decision is. Thank you.
Mayor Brown, we do have
okay.
comments, by the way.
I'm sorry, what's that, Vicky?
We do have comments for this item that haven't been read yet.
Oh, well, I'll give Councilmember Narenham the opportunity to say something or wait.
I'm more than happy to wait. I'd rather listen to the public. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Vicky.
Melissa, go ahead, please.
First comment was submitted by Miriam Butler. We need to keep our local fire department. Having a local fire department is highly advantageous. I can understand the argument that it is just a study, but we all know the intention behind it. So the intention behind it is to eventually outsource to LA Fire. We do not want that. Keep our RBFD. Second comment submitted by Peter Aziz. Seems our council has come full circle. Was this not the pretext of why Obagi chose to file the recall of former District 4 council member? Sure, spending $30,000 of taxpayer dollars on continuing a study might seem like a good idea in retrospect to ensure we are getting our money's worth. But we already know this idea was largely unpopular because it ends up being a zero-sum game here. And again, at the expense of residents. Keep Redondo Beach Fire Department local. Next comment submitted by Wayne Craig. The Kaufman-Castro Fire Department assessment in a nutshell reveals: 1, the former chief, along with a complicit former city manager, stunted growth, progress, and morale for the department. 2, the rank and file comprise excellent, dedicated first responders who deserve much better leadership and resources. 3, the mechanism from which to achieve premier status must be thoroughly explored, which includes a third-party independent cost analysis and a cost and resource analysis from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. 4, no new fire chief should be hired until both analyses are properly completed and presented to the city. 5, the city decision on the best path forward should not be made with incomplete data. Chief Kaufman concludes his report in part with, quote, changing the current culture will be difficult. Changing the service delivery models to match the actual call types will be difficult. Stepping away from tradition and breaking ranks with what other fire departments are doing will be difficult. Failure to do what is difficult will hold the Redondo Beach Fire Department back from being the premier fire and EMS agency that this community deserves, end quote. It is clear from this comment by Acting Fire Chief Kaufman and the firefighters themselves, more needs to be done. This means a full review of the department by an independent outside agency such as LA County Fire. With that information in hand, the city can make a fully informed decision on how to move forward in the best interest of public safety and not for political reasons. Next comment submitted by Leslie Campeggi. This is not a popularity contest. Our city council has both the public safety and fiduciary responsibility to ensure our city makes possible best practices decisions based on all quantifiable data. This is business, not sentiment. Not, gee, we want our own department, so that's the only path forward. Unlike other cities, Redondo Beach also has a harbor to maintain for public safety as well. Those skills are specialty, requiring different expertise than what falls under the traditional fire department. More analysis and consideration are needed to address these complexities. The RBFA wrote a letter to mayor, council, and staff in support of finishing the fire studies. Yes, they are receptive and open to changes suggested by Chief Kaufman, but simultaneously, they still like the county fire study to be completed. They articulated that stance in their letter submitted to the council today. As a community who loves them, we should support them in this endeavor. While it is interesting to hear that the proposed changes in the recent assessment might cost around $1.5 million to implement, the substantive detail outlining those costs is missing from the assessment. Also missing is the cost to upgrade the fire station facilities. And for those who were led to believe that the recent Class 1 rating had to do with an in-depth, comprehensive operational and financial analysis, that's not what was rated. It's an insurance rating that has to do with fire station proximity. Great that our insurance premiums are likely better as a result, but that Class 1 rating is not one of the comprehensively rated our fire department based on its operations, substantiability, cost, resources, or future needs. Again, this isn't a popularity contest. I find it odd that people profess an undying love for the fire department, but in the same breath, also per the assessment, say they don't know what our fire department does. Please move forward with obtaining all data so our council can consider and make the best possible decisions for our city, whatever those factual realities may be. Complete the feasibility study with the county. And our last comment was submitted by Charles Hammond. LACFD does not have any ISO Class 1 districts. How could they possibly give us apples to apples comparison? By LACFD's own admission, they are underfunded and under-resourced, fall short of national staffing standards, and is reporting the heartbreaking statistic of more firefighters have lost their lives to suicide than in fires in recent years. In my opinion, the thought of subjecting our firefighters to the conditions of LACFD is just cruel, and getting a detailed quote from them is a waste of city resources. Why are you even considering it? Why not request a quote from another Class 1 FDs in the South Bay? I know Torrance has a world-class FD. And that's the end of e-comment.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Just in order to make the right decision, you got to have all the decisions in front of you. So we want to get this right. I want to get this right. I want to have total clarity for all parties involved. The fire department union wants to have that. Chief Kaufman even said that earlier. We got to have the clarity, all the facts in front of us. So simply stating that we want to save the Redondo Beach Fire Department and we're going to keep this local, well, you're inherently realizing that what the very assessment we just went through is, which is, we have a broken fire department and we're working through to fix properly and get it back up to speed again. And we have a great staff. So, I can just say to the residents who have written that we can learn a lot from this study. We can learn a lot from investigating how other departments do their work and see what we come up with. So like I said, in order to make the right decision moving forward, we have to have all the decisions in front of us. And we're going to be doing that by moving forward with this particular study. So thank you guys very much. And I can't wait to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. I'm seeing more comments. Is the motion clear, Mike?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
No.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
I just want to say first, Mayor, I really thank you for the letter you wrote to Mr. Hammond with the response you had to it, that you promised that this would also eventually go to a vote of the people, that it was too big of a decision for it to be a council. That really did relay a lot of my fears, and I thank you for that. But I'm going to vote no.
Yeah. What Councilmember MD is referring to is it's kind of been my position all along. This is a very big decision, and we have to see what the numbers come out with. We're in assessment mode. We don't know what we're going to do. So there's no preconceived action going to happen, and we're going through some exercise. We already know what we're going to do. That couldn't be further from the truth. But to convert from a local fire department to a county, I think deserves a public vote. And if it comes out, it's going to cost us an extra, I don't know, $5 million. But the public wants to keep their fire department. God bless them. I just think it's going to eventually be a big enough decision that the public should be voting on it with all the facts, which is what we're digging up digging up the facts, and to not, get the county quote, I think really misses an important part of getting all the facts. I didn't talk to a single person outside of Redondo Beach who thought we shouldn't be getting a county quote. Not a single person, whether it was the mayor of Hermosa or Tom Backley or anybody, the mayor of Rancho Palos Verdes, people I reached out to San Bernardino, everybody in full agreement, you absolutely should be getting a quote just to get the facts and get all the information out there and see what your options are. So I think it's a good move. Anyway, what else? I guess we'll move on. That's it. Next item, I think we're jumping to P1. Discussion of possible action regarding the establishment of a charter review advisory committee. Eleanor Manzano, were you going to lead this discussion or mine?
Yeah, Eleanor's out this evening, so I'll pinch it for her. What you have tonight is a drafted resolution based on the recommendations and direction you gave us a couple of weeks ago. You have in the resolution a few suggestions based on your direction from staff as to areas that we would consider the Charter Review Committee review and evaluate. They largely have to do with different purchasing policies and procedures and some of the costing and limitations that have been set and in some instances set for now decades from a current cost of living adjustment and inflation environment, things that should be evaluated on a very basic level. So there are a couple of small typos in the draft resolution that we should rectify if you're planning to adopt it tonight. You have a couple of options. You may want to simply give a direction on any modifications, bring it back to and have us bring it back to you in May for final review and consideration of approval. If you want to go through specifically the details of the resolution as it relates to the formation of the committee, or you have additional thoughts, there were some blue folder materials that raised some good questions, I think, that you might want to consider. We're here to take that direction and make any modifications you see fit. You don't have to approve it tonight. We can come back with the revised reso if you want to make adjustments. So I'm here. I think Mike Webb's available as well, as is Vicky, if you have specific questions of us.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Councilmember Horvath.
I think Mike's right. There were some things in the blue folder items that I thought were interesting and should be looked at. And then I just have an issue, and I've said this before when it's come up in other topics recently, but I don't like the language that refers to the ability with a 4/5 vote to remove a member without cause. I'd rather there be cause for removing a member, whether that be they missed the 2 meetings or there's something egregious, but I don't like the language without cause. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I wanted to, I got to look at the blue folder items. I haven't looked at those, but I did see a strong email from Rolf Stressenberg that I wanted to incorporate some of those changes, as well as a couple of other things. So this is what I'd like to do. I'll screen share. Each council member and the mayor shall appoint one alternate for each of their respective committee member appointments. It wasn't clear previously that the mayor would have alternates for his 2 appointments, and he should. And an alternate will only be able to vote when committee members appointed by the same council member or the mayor is absent from a meeting. If a member resigns or is removed from the committee, the alternate becomes a member. A new alternate shall be appointed by the respective appointing council member or mayor or his or her successor. Section 3. Additionally, a member or alternate may be removed without cause by a 4/5 vote of the city council. Leave it without cause. Section 4, I guess there's a typo, remove the planning commission. And I'll change this to, after consulting the mayor shall select the initial chair and then subsequently the committee can agendize appointing a new chair and vote in a new chair by majority vote. The idea being, and the mayor doesn't need to necessarily make his appointment the chair, but the idea being at least give them somebody to start out as chair, and then they can, if they find out that person's not a great chair or they want somebody else to be chair, they can change that up. So those are my proposed changes. And I can either make the motion later or somebody else can.
I guess we'll bring this back for the first meeting in May to make the assignments.
First meeting in May, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, thank you. Did the notes from what Mr. Strutzenberg sent in, which by the way, thank you for taking the time to do that. Did that make it into the edits? Because he had some things in here that I think needed to be addressed, such as planning commission or section 4.
Well, I put in the section 4, remove the planning commission.
I didn't see that.
I did not leave in these further notes. No provisions are noted for chair or vice chair of the committee. They probably should be able to avoid. So I dealt with the chair. Okay. I didn't put a vice chair. And then he had some similar notes, use language similar to Harbor Commission appointment of a chairperson, but I decided to.
Are we going to
not to do that?
They're going to determine on their own when they meet every month, or I assume that's how the direction we're going to take for this. Correct? They're going to figure that out. What works for them.
We want them to meet monthly. I think the city probably has my city manager, to the extent that you guys have staff members who needs to be with them. Is there kind of a preference of when they meet?
Yeah, I mean, any more frequent than monthly, right? Just going to require more night meetings for whoever's supporting the committee. So I think you discussed a monthly meeting. If you know that's the will of the council, we'll support that. If there's going to be additional, and they could also always call potentially a special meeting if there was a particular item they wanted to.
I mean, is there a day of the month, a day of the week, or a day of the month in particular when you'd want it or couldn't have it?
Well, we would prefer it work outside of our, depending on, we're agendizing it, and we do have some limitations based on our commission schedule. So I think we would prefer to be in a night that obviously we don't have a council meeting or another regularly scheduled commission meeting. So that is going to limit us to some degree. I don't know if I can give you that specific timeline right now, but we generally want to schedule around those dates.
As I mentioned before, the past Charter Commission did set up the day of the week. They set up Saturdays. It's one Saturday a month. The primary staff to serve this would be me. And so as long as it's not a council meeting, and it can be, and the other staff that will be principally involved is the clerk's office. So, you know, as written, we'll leave it up to them. They can elect their own, vice chair. And just so you're clear, Vicky submitted in your blue folder. So you're using the correct resolution with I think there were 3 typos corrected. So, and one of them was removing and planning commission.
I think it's important when you're talking about frequency of meetings is work backwards from where you want this to appear. If you want this to appear in the next March election, well, I think the ballot language has to be in December, as I recall. So if you're going to have a charter committee that's going to make recommendations for a ballot measure, you need to think about how many meetings that's going to take and how many months you got and the frequency, and work backwards from. I think it's the first meeting in December. You have to decide on the ballot language, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's not a lot of time. So meeting once a month may not get done with what you want to get done, or it might. I don't know.
Do we need to see clerkship?
Because if you form this in May, I guess you could have a meeting in May. You'd have a May in June, July, August, September. I mean, you could have, what could you have? 6 meetings, I suppose? Once you finalize it, probably really only 5, because then it would have to come to the council who'd have to decide on.
Mr. Mayor, it was when we talked about this, we talked about having things that were different ballot items that were of more importance and less importance to be discussed and put on the ballot measure on the March election. So something might not make it on the March election, but others might. And I don't know, one of the questions I got was, did we get a clear answer or refresh my memory, Mr. Webb, as to can all of these items that we discussed be on the March election, or wasn't there some ambiguity on whether it was the November election? A general election?
Did answer you. It depends on what the recommendations are. But there are some of these that potentially can only go on a November general election.
And what was that specifically again?
It could be any of the city attorney, city clerk, city treasurer matters, because that affects status in terms of employment, and that is not within one of the exceptions that allows you to put it on other than the November election.
Okay. Other than that, I think I'm fine with finalizing these details and then putting us onto the May 3rd council meeting. So that's it. Thank you.
It might be good to have it on May 10th. The original strategic plan was for them to have their first meeting by June 5th, if you'll recall. And some of the things that you have in there, specifically the city attorney position, should be discussed on the same night that you directed us to bring back campaign finance, because if they go through both of them as you've indicated, you will make the entire campaign finance unenforceable. And I've stated that many times, but you may need to have that reminder on the night when you're finalizing each of those items.
So are we having a meeting on the 10th then for sure? Sounds like it.
That was the direction for when you wanted to bring back campaign.
Yeah, we're meeting on the 10th for sure.
Okay.
I don't see, they're not going to be reaching city attorney's office anytime soon, right? But that's actually one thing I wanted to address, is that the subject matters reviewed shall be compartmentalized with input from the city manager, staff, other elected officials, and shall include, I would add, in the following order, so that they hit these administrative stuff that affects staff on a day-to-day basis first, and then go through everything else. Councilmember Narenheim, if you're, I guess, okay with my motion or what I put as a motion, are you okay with that?
Repeat that one more time.
All right. Here's what it currently says. That the city subject matters reviewed shall be compartmentalized with input from the city manager, staff, other elected officials shall include the following. What I'm saying is not just the following, but the following in this order, so that they hit this stuff first and then move through the different things.
Well, some other things are going to come up too, I'm sure, once they start talking about it. So,
well, and that is a very important point in looking at Mr. Strutzenberg's comment. And it wasn't, so this was taking your previous motion as is, because we're not authorized to change it. There would certainly be things I would change on there, but it's your motion, and it doesn't indicate whether this is an exclusive list or you're opening up the charter to whatever the charter committee wants to look at. And that's up to you. You have to, so you should consider that, so that the resolution, when you finally vote on it and adopt it, is reflective of what you intend.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So we can change this to shall include, but not be limited to the following.
That's what I would have added if I'd been
right.
allowed.
But it's you choose to selectively give your input. So relative to when we're going to make the appointments, you want us to push it to May 10th rather than May 2nd, because that's your input, but you're not going to give us input on other changes that you do.
I'm not going to make changes to a motion you've all adopted. I will never do that. However, I will, when you're talking about it, give the input, especially because the two things conflict. And You know, I don't think you would want to pass something that you would intend, that you would, you would then a week later make your ordinance unenforceable and with predictable consequences. So yeah, I will talk to you when you're making the decision. I won't change the decision that you all deliberated on and decided a course of action. And that is the correct way to get input from you.
That's fine. So I'll make a motion to make these changes laid out, which we previously went through, and then have this come back on
May 10th.
May 10th.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I already seconded that, I thought. Like,
Okay. All right. No, that's a bunch of talk, but I just want to make sure.
With this change, but not limited to the following.
Could I ask that the motion include direction to us to clean up? There are two typos in section 5. It should read Article 8, Section 8.3 regarding contract signatures. The Section 6.7 was a recommendation to be an additive provision that would address this issue. It's not needed here, so it should be Article 8, Section 8.3C dash contract signatures. And then down below, it should read Article 19, Section 19.1, maintenance, repair, and materials under 5K. So just some typos that when we bring it back, we'd like to clean up if you're okay with it.
Incorporate those changes into the motion. Seconder.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Councilmember MD. You're on mute, I think.
Sorry, I just had to find the right screen to get it off mute. So now that, could you, I'm having trouble pulling up the resolution on my computer. Is there any way that you can share the screen so I can kind of skim it? I've already read it once, but I want to skim it with what your changes are on it.
With my changes, or you want the actual resolution that's the draft?
Is it clear on what your changes are, or did you just kind of incorporate it?
Here's the list of my changes. These are like just the changes. They're not the.
Okay, I've seen that. Would you mind pulling it up, since I can't pull it up here, because I just want to kind of look at it real quick. I do appreciate the fact that you that you're opening it up for other. Okay, that's all good. I remember all that. On the resolution, can you go down?
On the resolution here.
Yeah, thank you. So you're making it so that it's not necessarily restricted to those items. Because one of the things in reading the minutes from the last time that this was done, one of the things that they talked about is possibly having just a rotating mayor, the way Hermosa and Manhattan Beach are. And they got stuck in there. When I was reading the minutes, they got stuck on the fact that it would still be 6 people. I don't think they were understanding that they could just rotate the mayors among different council members. And that's what ended up derailing that. And so I'd like this committee to revisit that as well. I'm not saying whether or not they do it, but I think it should be included in the list. So as long as it's not limited and they could add how the mayor is done, that would be great.
So you want in this list?
If we could review mayor. Yeah, if we could add mayor on there. I'm not, I don't know if they'll decide it, but I mean, that's definitely how a lot of the other cities work, is they have a rotating mayor. And it's Barbara Dorr. As a matter of fact, she was mayor and then she became a city council member. And her reason was that she said the mayor doesn't have a vote. So she switched to a city council member so that she could vote on things.
I mean, I personally wouldn't favor eliminating that, because I see that as a way for a person who served on council for 8 years and got all the experience to continue to provide their expertise that they've acquired to the city council.
But it'd be worth for them to talk about it. I mean, they might not.
But not limited to, so let them talk about it.
Yeah, they can raise it up, but I'm not going to put it on their agenda personally. But if you want to make an alternate motion, substitute motion, go for it.
Look, but not limited to, let them come up with it and there's a million things you guys are going to come up.
Well, you're already listing certain jobs, so why can't you just list mayor on it as well? I mean, if you're just going to say not limited to, then don't let them just review all of it. But I mean, if you're already listing jobs, why can't we just add the mayor to that job, to the list of jobs?
I don't want to. I don't see a need. I see a value to it.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
All I'll say to that is it's a very, having the mayor, the structure council that we have set up right now is very balancing. While the mayor doesn't have a vote, they have veto power. And cities that have rotating mayors are at large. And those cities such as Hermosa and Torrance, which is, by the way, Torrance is going to districts and they'll have a separately elected mayor. Those rotating mayorships are rotating throughout the at-large city council members. So city council members are essentially mini mayors. So I let them talk about it if they want to, but I don't think we should put it on there.
I'll say this about being mayor is, it's kind of interesting. Whenever you go to the state or you go to the county or any other agency, they always ask you, how much longer are you going to be mayor? Because they want to know how much longer they need to talk to you. And it really makes a difference when you tell them, I'm good for 4 years, I'm good for 3 years. And they're like, oh, I guess we're going to have to talk to this person. As opposed to often the answer is 2 more months. So you carry a lot more sway in other agencies anyway. I mean, it's, I see the difference in talking to outside agencies, especially at the state and the county. They just not as attentive if you tell them you got 3 months left. Anyway, I mean, I don't care what happens, frankly, because I'm done in 3 years anyway. So, but I do care, and I think I think the system the way it is good. And a long time ago, I thought, I have a mayor, he can't vote, he can't make motions, he just kind of runs the meetings. But then, of course, once I became mayor, I said, oh, I see the value in it now. So that's what I would argue, but let them talk about it. I don't care. It's good. Anyway, any public comment?
Yes, Eugene Solomon wants to speak, although it should be noted he's got an e-comment in as well, so he might tell us whether or not he wants the e-comment read or if he wants to speak. Just a moment, please, sir. I'll allow him to talk. Oops. There you go.
Thank you, Vicky. Excuse me. I'll go ahead and convey the sentiment. I think that the council has covered it. This is Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. One of the other items that you didn't have specifically laid out that I was going to ask for is an amendment to our commissions, specifically in this case, the Harbor Commission, which carves out a HAPLA representative, and we really don't have a HAPLA entity any longer. So to broaden that language or to work with that language to still represent the leaseholders in the harbor, but to have some sort of what I would call a cleanup with regard to the language as far as the Harbor Commission, HAPLA representative, or other language within the commissions and appointments that have caused difficulty before. And that was my only suggestion. I think with your other than, perhaps the council has handled that. I thank you very much.
Is that in the charter? Because it's a good point. The HAPLA doesn't really exist anymore and they have an appointment. So is that in the charter or is that in our municipal code?
It's in our muni code. It used to be in the charter and it was moved out of the charter so that the council could more quickly make recommendations, change commissions, create new commissions, combine commissions. And you actually have a referral to the city clerk, waterfront economic developer, and myself to bring back changes prior to the next appointee, So that will probably come up, I think, prior to July, either in July or prior to July.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Brown.
Thanks, Mike. Any more public comment?
No, there are none.
Okay, well, I'll do a roll call vote then. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'm going to vote yes, but I still have issues with that one piece of language.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. All right. With that, you guys, I'm gonna have to bug out. I'm not really feeling too good. Not the least of which I had chemo 4 days ago, so run out of steam. So anyway, I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Obaji. Thank you guys. Sorry I gotta go, but doing good work. I'll see you guys May 3rd.
Mayor, I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
All right. On to our next agenda item and a break from making dinner. Let's go to. That is N3, right?
Correct.
Discussion of possible action regarding the mobility and pedestrian movement assessment in the Riviera Village. Take it away, Director Saman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Obaji and council members. Joining me tonight, who is a traffic engineer in the works, Andy, our city engineer. This item that we're going to be presenting to you is an objective of the strategic plan. It was started by our former city traffic engineer, Gene Kim, with certain data collection and ideas that were being considered. And Andy has picked up the ball with this and has worked with me and others in the department in order to prepare the presentation materials that we're going to be sharing with you tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Andy and we'll start the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm going to share my screen and bring up a couple of slides to go through. So as Ted mentioned, this was a strategic plan item to assess mobility in the Riviera Village with an emphasis on pedestrian movement. There was a study funded in the budget motion last year, which we've used in part to gather data and come up with some of these solutions. We did counts in the village in March on a weekday and on a Saturday. You have that data in your packet in the agenda. We didn't repeat it here, but good activity, obviously, in the village. It seems like we've come all the way back from COVID time and maybe even a little bit stronger with the added activity of the dining parklets that we're using. So we're seeing a lot of good activity there. Addressing pedestrian mobility in the area, we kind of categorized into three different categories: mid-block crossings, which we typically don't encourage just because they can create a false sense of security, but we have some reasons why we would recommend those tonight that we'll get into in a second. We looked at Catalina as a corridor and the four main intersections along that stretch through the village. And then we also looked at some potential circulation changes that would impact the motorists and also indirectly provide some pedestrian mobility improvements by changes in the drivers. So let me just talk briefly about mid-block crossing enhancements. Here are two examples of things that can be done. On the left are these in crosswalk signage. This one looks like it's a temporary one, but they can be made more permanent. On the right, a little bit higher tech in-road warning light system with lighted crossing signs as well, warning signs for pedestrians. We've used these before. The technology historically has not been very good and they don't last very long. In fact, on the Avenue I, we have one in the ground that's inoperable right now. But the technology has improved and we're feeling comfortable that we could recommend these and be satisfied with their use at the Avenue I location. In front of Trader Joe's, we've also put forward an idea of a mid-block crossing of a different nature. This would be an elevated or raised pedestrian crossing that functions also like a speed table, it's called in this case, because it's wider than a speed cushion. The elevated crossing allows pedestrians to be up higher and more visible to motorists. It also eliminates the need for ADA ramps because you don't need a transition down into the roadway to cross. It has an effective traffic calming on the street. And so because vehicles need to navigate this vertical displacement and will slow down to do that. So this is a separate, a different solution for a mid-block in front of Trader Joe's, which if you're familiar with the village, which you all are, is an obvious crossing point. We get a lot of crossing all through that block, but we'd like to concentrate it at the location in front of the Trader Joe's, just to keep pedestrians, the expected location of pedestrians consistent through that block. Along Catalina Avenue, we've looked at mostly bulb outs in terms of structural changes there. Here's a couple examples. You're all familiar with bulb outs. On the bottom right, there's an example of a concrete installation, hardscape installation. The upper right picture there shows a painted installation with bollards, which is a little bit easier to do in terms of timeline. Both of these are good solutions for some of the intersections or some of the corners at the intersections throughout Catalina Avenue corridor there. So that's an option we've considered. If we take a look at the overall picture of the village, here, these dark half circles, semicircles are areas where we might suggest introducing bulb outs. These bulb outs, if we do them in concrete, of course, require some design and construction capital costs. So they're a little bit longer timeline to get those installed, but here are some locations we could look at. And there's a little write-up on each of these intersections in the staff report. But Avenue I is good opportunities, especially on this western leg. Avenida del Norte, actually this one here on the southeastern corner is already in place, but we could do one on the opposite corner. The Vista del Mar intersection is a long crossing across Catalina, and bulb outs in that. Each of those corners may help reduce the crossing times of pedestrians. And then at Elena, where we already have the design of this, the one on the western side of the street in motion, and on the northeastern corner here, there's a complementary ramp in design as well for that location. So those are some of the items along Catalina Avenue as a corridor. In terms of traffic circulation, this graphic also illustrates one recommendation we could put forward. It's this intersection at Via El Prado and Avenida del Norte, where we have currently just the Via El Prado leg is stop controlled. Avenida del Norte is not controlled by a stop sign. We could look at installing an always stop at that intersection, which would dramatically improve wouldn't improve the site visibility, but it would require cars to stop at the intersection, which would increase the confidence of drivers on Via El Prado making their turns, knowing that vehicles, cross traffic was going to stop there. So this shows kind of an overall picture of the things that we feel very good about recommending moving forward with. The improvements along Catalina, the mid-block crossing here on Avenue I is shown. Here's the speed table in front of Trader Joe's, and then the always stop. We have a little bit of a close-up on this Avenida del Norte, just to give you a better idea of kind of the enhancements we'd like to do around the parking lot there. Here's the speed table. This building here is the Trader Joe's building. Of course, the triangle parking lot, looking at improving the markings of the crosswalks across each of the entrances here, which would provide some more comfort to pedestrians walking along Avenida del Norte between the islands and the parking lot. Here are the new stop signs in red showing, as we've suggested, and then other signage for the speed humps along that block. One of the other circulation elements we talked about was a one-way. Let me go backwards a bit. It would be one way to the west along this block here of Avenida del Norte between the Via El Prado intersection and the Elena intersection. So this graphic shows a little bit of the circulation there. The real advantage of the one-way on this location just reduces pedestrian conflicts by half. Pedestrians are only looking one direction for oncoming cars rather than two directions. And so that reduces points of conflict by half. We don't think it will make more difficult the circulation in the village. As people come out of the Trader Joe's parking lot, they would turn right. And if they needed to go north again, they could either come out through Catalina or just make the loop around the triangle and then head north on Elena to the light at PCH. But otherwise, two-way traffic on via El Prado and then this block of Avenida del Norte would remain. So that's a concept, just a little bit outside of the box thinking for some extra pedestrian protection there. So those are a handful of items that we've talked about. We've thought through with the study, the data, the counts, support putting investments into pedestrian enhancements and improvements based on the number of people we've counted out there. Our recommendation really is to receive and file the report, but also to provide us any direction you would have about improvements you would like to see the staff pursue, either in the short term, such as an always stop, or maybe in the more longer term, such as the bulb outs along Catalina Boulevard. So I will leave it there and be happy to answer questions in my pinch hitting role here as a traffic engineer, but I have to rely heavily on Ted here on that one as well. So.
Thank you, Chief Engineer. Do you want to pull down the screen share?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. All right. By the way, do I go based on the panelist list or do I go based on the screen as to whose hand is up first?
Panelist list.
All right, panelist list. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Baji. Ted, when we spoke about first of all, I want to thank you guys for this. I've been waiting for this for 3 years now, probably easily 2.5, 3 years now. And it's been a long time coming. The Riviera Village is busier than ever before. There are more walkers down there, more parkers down there, more bikes down there. It has become a magnet for outdoor dining, shopping, and everything else along the way, especially on Sundays with the farmers market where it's at right now. There are a lot of pedestrians walking through. So going to what I was going to earlier, we spoke about the conversion of the one-way on Avenida del Norte to one-way circulation. It's mentioned in the staff report here briefly for a paragraph, but it's not mentioned in the diagram circulation. I've been thinking about this for the last few weeks. I've been looking down there every single time I go through there. That would be a huge net positive for that section because, like you said in your report, people still might be crossing all over the place without even, we have a speed table there, but if it's one way, they only need to really look one way to ensure that they're being safe. Is there a specific reason why you didn't have that in the diagramming, or are you looking for a specific direction on that? What is it that you're looking for?
No, council member, give us an opportunity. Andy, if you can pull up that page one more time for us. We actually have that as one of our presentation slides. We are recommending, or one of the items of circulation recommendation is to convert Avenida del Norte between Elena and Via El Prado to one way in the westbound direction. That will help both pedestrian and vehicular circulation in the area. For both vehicles and pedestrians, as Andy said, they would only have to look for potential conflict movement, and that would be vehicles coming from the east. It actually does not impact the triangle parking lot at all because the vehicles can still circulate from one aisle to the other. It's minimal disruption to vehicular circulation for those vehicles that would have wished to go westbound or eastbound on Avenida del Norte all the way to Elena. They could be diverted down to El Prado back to Elena. So it's really not a circulation inconvenience for motorists, but we think it's a significantly positive attribute to both pedestrians and vehicles that are entering and exiting the triangle parking lot by the Trader Joe's shopping center.
Okay, so when I was going over the staff report, I must have missed this slide because in the staff report, it doesn't have, the imagery does not have the one way.
Yeah, this graphic was not in the staff report, you're right.
Right. We had included some of the data, but not necessarily the materials that's being presented to you tonight.
Okay.
And this is definitely one of the circulation enhancements that we believe could benefit both, again, vehicular circulation and pedestrian movement in the area. It may offer us an opportunity to also look at the parking along that portion of Avenida del Norte. If we converted this to one-way in the westbound direction, it may offer potentially some angled parking and or some parallel parking along the medians adjacent to the triangle. So those would have to be explored further if we go down the path of the one-way circulation consideration. But we believe that there's, besides the circulation, there may be parking enhancements that could be achieved here as well.
Maybe I didn't catch this slide, but the creation of a bulb out section on Catalina by L&L Barbecue and Casa Playa Village Pizza, taking up 2 spots to create a shorter walk path. Is that included here with this report?
Yeah, we're representing it just with this graphic. We didn't really make a real diagram of it, but we have that under design actually right now. It would be this half circle as shown here on the westbound side or the western side. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I think as Andy said, by Riviera House at the southwest quadrant or southeast quadrant of Avenida del Norte and Catalina, that bulb out has actually been an improvement that's been constructed. We would only be looking at the northeast corner there, if that's the direction of the council.
Yeah.
Okay. You're proposing a new stop sign between Avenue I and Catalina. Isn't that already a stop sign there looking up on top?
It is. It's an always stop control today. As you go northbound on Catalina at the triangle where you separate the right turning vehicles from the through vehicles, there's an additional stop sign. In this case, it actually has the 2 flashing beacons on top of it. In the southbound direction, we have a landscape median that doesn't offer or currently doesn't have an additional stop sign for the southbound vehicles. There is one further to the right, but we believe that the installation of the additional stop in the landscape median would further enhance the driver awareness of that stop sign. That's all.
Got it. So it's not necessarily, it's not a new stop sign, it's just enhancement with the median and.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And reduction of parking spots and addition of new parking spots. Are we net zero? Are we negative, positive? Where are we with that?
Now, I believe we may be losing a single parking space on Avenida del Norte if the council continues to move forward with the speed table and the elevated crosswalk. That may lose a single space. As you said, down at Elena and Catalina, where the current bulb out is being designed and will be constructed, that's going to lose a couple of parking spaces. We have already looked at Avenue I between Catalina and Esplanade. There is an opportunity for us to convert some of the parallel parking that's there into angled parking that may net us additional parking spaces that would offset the 2 and actually may gain us more than that. We've also talked about a circulation change there from the 2 lanes for each direction, because that's the only segment that has 2 vehicular lanes in each direction, where we could change that back to a single lane, but maintain the 2 lanes at Avenue I and Esplanade for better circulation out of Avenue I onto the Esplanade. And that will net us the additional parking to offset anything lost here and maybe even gain a couple of spaces.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. So when we work on the outside dining parklets, we can use that. Make sure we inventory those net too. Positive ones. Okay. And I see the cost in here. We have enough money we put a significant amount of money, another $500,000, I believe, into the traffic calming budget. These monies could come out of the traffic calming budget.
This would be proposed out of traffic calming. I think we may need the additional monies that we're going to be asking for under the upcoming fiscal year budget. Obviously, this is in time for us to talk about that in the budget as well. But this would set the stage. So depending on the council's direction tonight, those could be monies that would be asked for in the 22-23 fiscal year as well. Because this is significant capital to construct all these.
Yeah, I would echo that, Ted. Thanks. If these elements are of interest to council, we have a pretty long queue of existing traffic calming efforts that have been funded and are moving forward. If this is a priority, we would want to add that to the queue and make sure we've got dedicated monies for that to get these projects done down the road.
Right. What are some of the items that we can do here without adding significant time to that queue? Because like I said, we've been waiting for this for a number of years, and there's the Riviera Village is busier today than ever before. And the last thing I want to do is wait on the low hanging cheap fruit or easy to do fruit, so to speak.
Andy, do you want to tackle that one?
Well, I think, the installation of the always stop signage, the additional stop sign in the southbound Catalina at Avenue I, those are relatively easy. We could even look at a LED stop sign in that southbound direction. We've also talked about raised pavement markers, reflectors within the crosswalks, just to make them more visible at night as they reflect car headlights. It's not something we've used a lot, but that could be introduced at any of those crosswalks along Catalina with some probably good results. The introduction of the one-way circulation would be more signs, relatively easy to do. So those are some of the things that we're thinking about we could do in the short term if the council supported all of them. If we wanted to look at, not necessarily recommending this, but if you wanted to look at bulb outs using paint and bollards, for instance, as opposed to concrete work, that would be both a little faster and probably less expensive than going with curb and gutter type improvements there. So those are opportunities to accelerate delivery of those things.
Yeah, and Andy, let me add to what you just said, because I know there's been disfavor, that's the right way to use it, when we've put in the delineators and or bollards and other temporary installations. I think this can be achieved also with raised pavement markers that are a little bit larger, as we did around the stop signs at Elena and Catalina. Those could be used to actually define the bulb out from both a vehicular perspective and leaving the gaps for ADA compliance for the pedestrians as they come through there. It's not just paint. It would definitely be a deterrent for vehicles to be entering that area, but they wouldn't be the three-dimensional delineators that stick up a couple of feet from the ground, which I know were not as favorable in the past.
Right, and that's just what I was going to echo, Ted. We got to be careful with some of the plastic. I mean, we experienced this on Maria.
Yeah.
It becomes a little frustrating, and some of the temporary measures are fairly unsightly. So we want to make sure we don't detract from other things as we go through this. So it sounds like, based on what you're saying, Andy, stop signs and painting and some of the signage are manageable items, but curb and gutter is going to need to probably get in the more formal queue.
Yeah, that's right.
So none of this money is allocated already? This is something that would need to be approved by a 4/5 vote at this time?
Or just part of what we would bring back as part of our capital budget planning here in the next month. So it feeds well into what we would ultimately include in the proposed CIP budget. But I just want to make sure everybody recognizes we got a lot of we have a lot of traffic calming projects in the queue, and they're all critical. So I think your question, Councilman, about what can be done more quickly, if we're talking about signage, striping, those types of things, we can execute fairly swiftly. But anything that's structural in nature, I think we're going to make sure we get it into the proper schedule.
I know in the last budget cycle, one of the concerns I had was that we come up with this report and nothing's funded. So last budget cycle, we put aside either 50 or 75,000. I'm not sure what number is.
50,000.
50,000. Thank you. For this particular project. So I after listening to some people talk here in public, I'll probably be having the motion will be I'll be creating is to have the 50,000 spent on the low-hanging fruit, and then kind of receive and file the report with direction to fully fund this through the upcoming budget cycle, given direction on that. Do you think the 50 grand would be enough to do the low-hanging, the signage and the lower hanging fruit, Andy?
Yeah, as far as the best I could tell, we've spent only about 5,000 of that with data collection. So we do have, most of it left. Signage, I don't have a lot of experience with the raised pavement markers and such, but I would suspect we could get a lot done if not most of the low-hanging fruit, as you call it, done. We would need some, and Ted, help me here, we'll need some maybe direction. I don't know if we need to study further the one-way circulation issue, or if that's something that the council might choose to do tonight.
I'm in full favor of the one-way. That was exactly my next question is what would it take for the one-way? What's the cost on that?
Yeah, I think that would need a little bit more analysis from us, just to confirm what it's going to take to implement it from a costing perspective. Signage and striping, as Andy mentioned, I think with the balance that we have in the project today, that should cover that. That should be a significant cost.
I think we'd want to look at how to align that one-way lane so we could maximize parking gains there before we just said go do it. We'd probably want to bring that back to you with a solution.
Okay, that works for me. Thank you very much.
So is the motion to the motion to allocate $50,000 towards the low-hanging fruit right now, and then the remainder to put it on as a decision packet or something like that?
No, it would be to start working on the low-hanging, the items that we can get to with the $50,000 that we have already allocated for this, and then further allocate the monies on the upcoming budget cycle to finish the rest of the items and move forward with the one-way, the work that needs to be required to change the one-way portion of the
Is that BRR? Do you need like a BRR on the traffic analysis for that?
Yeah, we can get back with the cost on that. We may have that in our professional services budget or something like that. Might be able to do before the new budget cycle. I'll just have to look and get a cost on it.
Well, I guess that's a fair question. Do we want to draw that out of the 50 as the analysis as we do some of the other, stop sign work or signage work? What's that would be the question for Councilman Narrenheim, is that, do we want to get in with that first, get the study done, or do you want to do a combination of study and signage work?
Well, what's the
I'd rather do the signage first and do the study. I'd rather do the signage first and then the study second. And the reason for that is because if we do the speed table, which is a big ticket item, it seems to me that we're going to need to integrate both of those projects together as one and to save the money and time. And then we can properly execute from there.
All right.
And just to be clear, we typically have a public notification process when we consider an always stop, which we have not yet done for this. We've just brought it as a circulation for your consideration. I don't think we have to do that. It's your discretion whether or not we do that. So we're happy to go either way. I do know that at least one of the members of the Riviera bid was interested in this item. I don't see him on the call tonight. And the Public Works Commission we might want to get input from the business district there before we launch full on into some of the bigger improvements. So just throwing that out so you have complete information. Happy to do whatever the council desires on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Narrenheim, so what's your motion? You want to clarify it?
All right, I'll make a motion now. I'll make a motion to utilize the $50,000 that we allocated in last budget cycle to do the paint and stop sign work, as well as the one-way study for Avenida del Norte. I think that's the right word, right street. Yeah, and then request the money we need for the remaining to do work items for the upcoming budget cycle. And on the stop sign issue, and you just brought up to just do the notice to everyone, and we'll talk to the Riviera bid next month and let them know. I wasn't there this morning at the meeting this morning, so that would be the motion I would make.
So the notice is just letting him know it's coming or seeking input?
Seeking input.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chief Engineer, for that. Councilmember Horvath. Was there a second to the motion? All right, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Andy, Ted, I just have some longer term questions. If could you pull back up your map? Sorry.
Oops, I'm sorry, I got the wrong screen up.
You got to clean up your desktop, man.
Yeah, I know I do. That's what being a traffic engineer does to you.
Folders, nesting folders, Andy. All right. Okay, so I think the one way is a great idea. My question would be, should Avenida del Norte be one way all the way out to Catalina, and should Via El Prado be one way going south, kind of that southeasterly direction, so that it's a full one way? And I'm just throwing this out there. And then if so, with the longer term vision, right, of continuing to have dining decks and needing to make up parking spaces, to the point you made earlier, would you be able then to create more parking on those two one-way streets to kind of, I don't know what Coastal Commission is going to say, but I'm just going to assume it's going to be, we have to make up for all parking spaces. Would that buy us, aside from the Avenue I ones you mentioned, more parking spaces? And would that make sense to have it be a full one way around that triangle?
Let me tackle this one, Andy. I think it's a great idea to consider. It's the more one-way circulation that we actually start to propose, the bigger impact it has on village circulation altogether. When we were looking at just the portion of Del Norte between El Prado and Elena, we thought it had very minimal input on, or minimal impact on circulation. And it was actually a significant enhancement to both pedestrians and vehicle movements. The other may be a benefit to potential dining. From a circulation perspective, I'm not certain the benefit of it, but we would also have to look at a larger area for circulation improvements, and if those couplets are going to work well together, or are we going to be diverting traffic in a much more negative manner. So I think that is worth considering. It would just require a little bit more consideration and discussion with the businesses in Riviera Village.
Sure, and the reason why I bring it up too is, right, because there's a lot of pedestrian movement from that triangle parking lot to all, crossing the streets and whatnot. And so, you're creating a safer, more pedestrian friendly space in general, and then possibly, creating more street parking. What are you calling it? The proposed speed table. You're only proposing that in that one space. With kind of the longer term visions for Catalina, is that something that would make sense to do down the line at, many of the existing intersections along Catalina, to just really create that safer environment for peds crossing the street? I mean, I realize Catalina is a very wide, expanse, but, would that make more sense in slowing any potential car traffic down? When I see it there and the way you were proposing it, I was like, oh, well, that might make sense, for other street, for Catalina or other areas down there where you do have a lot of pedestrian movement, and it creates, a little bit more of that safer village feel. I don't know. I'm just throwing these out there as potential food for thought down the line.
Yeah, no, I love the idea, and you're right. That actually does help enhance the pedestrian crossing. The only problem we have on Catalina is the water flow. Whenever we have any rainfalls, we have significant flow of water that's on there, and these speed tables can be impactful to water flow. So right now for Catalina, we wouldn't want to introduce anything that may obstruct or further obstruct the current situation. We have locations where the water sometimes gets close to cresting the curb, and introducing anything that could restrict that water flow may exacerbate that situation.
Totally. I know. I get that. And with that in mind, Ted, you know, as part of the discussion with permanentizing dining decks, you know, aren't we going to have to do some street level work as it regards to drainage, you know, and stormwater runoff in the future anyways?
Absolutely.
So I'm not saying that throw these down right now, because I recognize that there's a lot of, you know, bigger ticket items to the points that were made by Nils that have to come along. But I'm just saying, you know, it may be an interesting, as you guys do explore those longer term infrastructure projects down there as a result of how that street, you know, changes with permanent dining decks and whatnot, it may be something to consider. That's all.
Yeah, we're very aware the Vista Del Mar storm drains are undersized right now, and we would like to increase that. Unfortunately, our drainage infrastructure is probably the least well-funded in terms of grants or outside funding or whatever. So those are harder to build just because of the cost.
Is Measure W, you know, because it would be stormwater, you know, infiltration, are we able to tap into Measure W?
Measure W, if we can build a water quality component into what we're doing, then yes. Okay. We're using all of our local return now on either maintenance or some of the less expensive things that we can do for EWIMP implementation. So that's maybe $500,000 a year in available infrastructure money. It's not a huge amount yet for the local return portion of our Measure W. The more money is available in the regional type projects, which a storm drain collection system would be difficult to justify without a good partner, maybe with Torrance and some infiltration, water quality enhancements as well in this area.
What about ARPA funds, Andy? I know it specifies sewer.
Yeah.
I don't know if sewer means wastewater or stormwater.
It does. I asked that question. It does. Those are available funds for infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure improvements. Doesn't need to be tied to water quality.
Okay.
Like the Measure W funds do. One thing that we haven't suggested or considered yet in the conversation about additional speed tables is that Catalina is, I would think, is a emergency vehicle prime route, and these speed tables are somewhat unfriendly to emergency vehicles trying to move with pace. The advantage of this one here in front of Trader Joe's is there's a lot of circulation options through the parking lot, for instance, around that area. Catalina may be a different story. So I would want to at least consult with our emergency services departments to get their input on that. I could see maybe this crossing here via El Prado coming out of the triangle, you know, down Vista Del Mar might be a good option there in the future to consider one as well.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. I just wanted to bring up those thoughts. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. One question I had, Andy, is if you pull up the triangle lot, you're proposing a crosswalk on one side of it, but not the other side, right?
Yes, on the Trader Joe's side, correct.
The Trader Joe's side, yeah.
Is there a reason not to do it on the other side too?
That's what he just mentioned.
The one that's, I guess, further west. Oh, that was. Got it.
I think anecdotally, we've just noticed that this has been an issue for a long time along Avenida del Norte. There's not a reason we would preclude the Via El side necessarily, but we just haven't, well, at least in my experience and the stories I've heard, we've not seen as much of a conflict there as in terms of people crossing from the parking lot into the shops along Avenida del Norte. It may happen, and we may just not know about it. I do think it's something we could consider, certainly.
Yeah, and Andy, let me add that in that, you know, what we've seen with a triangle parking lot, it's got penetrations to the north in many places. So pedestrians literally cross at any point that they feel like it. The idea here is that we know that there's a huge attraction with the Trader Joe's shopping center, specifically for the Trader Joe's. So this becomes a concentration point, if you will, where we're directing the pedestrians to come across here versus anywhere mid-block that they feel like it. We don't necessarily have the same concentration on the El Prado side, but we definitely see it by that one particular shopping center here.
Got it. Thank you. All right. Any public comment on this, Vicki?
I don't see a public comment on Zoom, but we do have an e-comment submitted by Brianna Egan. I support the improvements to pedestrian mobility in Riviera Village as outlined here with raised pedestrian street crossings and four-way stop signs. I also support enhancements to Catalina Avenue that will increase and enhance pedestrian and bicycle mobility in Riviera Village. We have seen outdoor dining activate the village in new ways, allowing us to rethink the supposed importance of car parking in favor of outdoor human scale spaces. On weekend evenings, especially, the few bike racks are filled and nearly all outdoor tables are also filled with diners. Cars driving down Catalina Avenue seem out of place and unnecessary given so many other routes they can take. I would encourage the city to go a step further to plan and authorize wider pedestrian sidewalks and dining decks and to eliminate car movement entirely along the portions of Catalina Avenue that span Riviera Village. A two-way bicycle track could replace the car thoroughfare, and there would still be plenty of room for pedestrians, dining decks, and bike parking. A car-free Catalina Avenue would be a wonderful public safety and community enhancement. It would open up opportunities for live music, water features, street trees, and parkette enhancements with planters. Barcelona, Spain has transformed streets into parks using simple bollards, planters, murals, tables, and chairs. The proposal for Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley is similar. Car-free streets are climate action at the street level. This could be trialed with pilots over the weekends, for example. Consider conducting a survey of village visitors and business owners exploring the interest in a car-free Catalina or pilots. I think this assessment is a great first step and more can be done to create a truly safe and vibrant Riviera Village. I don't see any hands up in Zoom, so I think that concludes public comment for this item.
All right. Thank you, Vicki. Councilmember Aaron, have you have your hand still up?
Yeah, I just want to say, just be careful what you wish for. Hermosa Beach, when they shut down the street there, it's turned in the whole vibe completely different, and they've gotten something they didn't ask for. So the Catalina open both ways is the rule. Let me restate that. The reason why the Riviera Village outdoor dining garden parkettes are so popular is because we did not shut down the street, is because we left the street open both ways, and it's so popular because people can cruise down the street and see what's going on. So this is a one small step moving forward for the enhanced pedestrian traffic safety and get more bikes down there. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go with a roll call vote on Councilmember Narenheim's motion. Start with the Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Pratt.
Aye.
Councilmember myself as aye. Councilmember MD.
Aye.
All right, it passes 5-0. Let me switch off my phone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ted and Andy. By the way, thanks for your thoughtfulness on that. That's awesome. And I'll say anecdotally that Hook and Plow is open in Redondo Beach till 10 p.m. down there in the Riviera Village, and only open till 9 in Hermosa Beach. So we're winning. All right. Moving on. N4, I believe. Yes.
Yes, N4.
One that
thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll do a quick introduction, then pass it over to Elizabeth, who will run through some slides and then talk it through with Chief Hoffman as he signs on here. This item is in response to our strategic plan objective to consider a blight ordinance, particularly to address issues up on Artesia Boulevard, and then the notion of whether or not it makes sense to move forward with an administrative review ordinance in town. As we evaluated this issue, it really became clear to all of us, and by we, I mean Elizabeth, the police department, the community development department, the waterfront economic development department, and then Mike Webb. We all participated, Joy, I should mention, in that evaluation as well, in looking at what was in our code and really what resources we've historically dedicated towards enforcing the provisions of that code. And what we determined really is that our code is actually fairly robust in the area of nuisance property abatement. Where we have fallen short is providing the proactive investigative resources that are needed to evaluate violations of the provisions in our code, and where we cannot gain voluntary compliance, bring sufficient cases to prosecution for follow-up. And really, as we looked at it, it's that simple. We have a solid code. It can be improved, and we're going to show you in a little bit a good model. The city of Pleasanton has, we think, some more prescriptive provisions that we may want to consider adding to our code to give us a few more tools. But the reality is we've got to do more in the form of code enforcement, and in particular in the area of proactive investigation. And you're going to see when Joe speaks how we are proposing to modify the supervision of our quality of life unit, in particular our code enforcement officers, and how we anticipate some improvements in our ability to respond to some of the complaints we receive. And in the case of Artesia Boulevard and our commercial quarters, actually implement a proactive investigation approach that we have not had in the city since we had a dedicated code enforcement manager over a decade ago. So with that, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth, and she'll walk you through some of the provisions in the code that we do have that we need to work through, the Pleasanton options, and then we'll turn it over to Joe for a more poignant discussion on code enforcement efforts into the future.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So as Mike mentioned, our municipal code already includes numerous provisions that allow us to pursue enforcement for blighted or nuisance properties. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen in a minute and just provide you with a few examples of what those are. And just so you know, Joy Abaquin, our quality of life prosecutor, is in attendance tonight. So if you have specific questions pertaining to the municipal code or previous enforcement efforts, she can be available to you for that. But I'm going to go ahead and review a few sections with you, in particular some sections that address specific concerns that have been brought up previously by either council members or members of the public. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Is everyone able to see that? Okay. So to begin with, our municipal code has a chapter dedicated to defining nuisances. That would be Title 4, Chapter 10. And these include definitions for will define nuisances, and it includes boarded up buildings, abandoned buildings, debris that's been allowed to collect and accumulate on in public sidewalks or alleys, overgrown vegetation and weeds. And you'll even see a section down here regarding dumping. So it's not just dumping, but permitting the accumulation of dumped items on properties. Specifically over here, it's regarding residential zones, as you'll see. In this particular chapter, there's also a section addressing how to abate these nuisances and how to enforce this section. It also includes an area where if the city chooses to go ahead and abate the nuisance themselves, we can go ahead and recoup some of the costs. We also have Title 5, Chapter 2. So the previous chapters that I just showed you spoke about residential area as well as public sidewalks being covered in trash and debris and weeds, but this section kind of covers the entire city. So you'll see here again, unlawful accumulation of trash and rubbish. It talks about weeds growing again, and again another section talking about how we the city can go ahead and enforce it, or go ahead and abate the nuisance ourselves and recoup cost for it. I also just wanted to share some provisions regarding sign regulation, because I know along Artesia we have a lot of banner signs and A-frame signs posted around, and that's an issue up there. So you see we have a code section pertaining to that. And then over here on the right, you see noise regulations as well, which are a little more difficult to enforce, but we do have a section pertaining to that because that is an area of concern for certain residents. And as Mike mentioned, we did want to share with you the Pleasanton code because If the council does want to consider expanding certain definitions within our current municipal code, they look like a really good example to follow. As you can see here, they get pretty specific. So they don't just talk about unpainted buildings, they talk about chipped paint, peeling paint, dry rot, warping, termite infestation. They even talk about windows with no glass, windows with broken glass, windows with plywood instead of glass. So there's even like this section all the way at the bottom that's kind of a catch-all that talks about conformity and maintenance with adjacent properties. So if we want to provide our code enforcement officers with additional opportunities to perhaps capture the blighted properties that don't necessarily fit very neatly into our code the way it's currently written, we may want to entertain, further definitions like these in the Pleasanton Municipal Code. And as was mentioned, our code, we believe it's pretty robust and gives us enough tools to go ahead and do some enforcement. But if there isn't a strong investigatory part of our city doing, that initial part, we can't really enforce. So if there's no real investigation, there's no real enforcement. So from here, I'm going to hand it over to our police chief, Joe Hoffman, and he'll go ahead and walk us through some forthcoming changes to the police department that will really help us bolster our code enforcement efforts. And I'm going to leave my share screen up because the next slide is for him.
Thank you, Ms. House.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Joe Hoffman with the Police Department. So not too long ago, we came to you with an item asking for an overhire for a sergeant so that we could expand the quality of life unit and have a greater presence on the pier and be able to focus on some of the quality of life issues in the city a little more proactively. So I'm happy to announce that we've completed the testing for that process, and we announced the selection of the sergeant for the quality of life unit today, actually, to the police department. And the important thing to note is that the sergeant that was selected is a tenured sergeant that has a wide range of investigative experience. And historically, going back years and years and years, the code enforcement unit did have a supervisor. And then through the transitional process, that supervisor was lost through attrition. And then code enforcement transferred over to the police department. And they've been doing a good job. However, with COVID and through the transition, there's been an analysis phase for us to make sure that we're using code enforcement to their full potential based on the community need. And that need clearly dictated that we took a look at the community-based unit within the Special Operations Division and made some adjustments. So just to put it into context, currently the community-based unit has one sergeant that oversees our community-based officer, our school resource officers, various volunteer units, our homeless liaison officer, our quality of life officer, and our 2 code enforcement officers. We do not have any part-time code enforcement right now. It's the 2 full-time. That's quite a span of control with a variety of duties. So what we're working on now, and will be in place with the transfer of that sergeant to the new quality of life unit on May 7th, will be a separation of the community-based unit functions and the quality of life unit. The community-based officers will continue to focus on community outreach, school resource issues with the high schools, with all the schools in the city, Citizens Police Academy, the community events, the more educational and outreach efforts as opposed to enforcement. The quality of life unit is going to include all of our homeless outreach, education and enforcement efforts in conjunction with the city attorney's office, the quality of life officer, our code enforcement, which will be looking to expand the number of full-time code enforcement personnel, as well as adding additional part-time. We've already completed the recruitment process for that, and we have a number of candidates that we're going to be putting into the background process so we can expand that program. What having the sergeant involved in that unit is going to allow for is a focus of priorities. So by having a supervisor with investigative capabilities that has an understanding of the municipal code and the legal process, that has experience working in conjunction with the city attorney's office, it's going to allow us to use the municipal code to its full potential and also identify all the various issues that are coming in and schedule accordingly, provide more coverage on more days of the week, more hours during the day, and coordinate details and efforts that are going to have the maximum effect for improving the quality of life in the city. So we're going to basically be expanding that Special Operations Division by compartmentalizing the various responsibilities within each of the lines of supervision so that we can provide the best possible level of service for the community. Hopefully that puts it into a little bit of context with some of the issues that you've already approved and other issues that will be included in the budget that we'll be presenting to you soon.
And then one additional thing I would add, Joe, is that one of the initiatives that the new sergeant will be tasked with accomplishing is asking our existing code enforcement officers and then soon to be additional part-time code enforcement officers to evaluate Artesia Boulevard, look at the nuisance property provisions that we have, and begin the proactive notification, and then if necessary, citation approach to any violators. So that is going to be an initiative that will be moving forward, something that is of chief focus to our new sergeant, and we're looking forward to the outcome there. So, and just to be clear, that investigation-based approach will occur in our commercial corridors that we are still, I think, realistically at a point of staffing where we need to continue to be complaint-based in our residential neighborhoods. And that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Chief Hoffman. Thank you, City Manager and Ms. House. This is a real team effort for anybody watching. This involved everybody. I mean, I know that Ms. House walked Artesia Boulevard with the mayor and a bunch of others, and then I walked separately with the city manager, Greg, the economic development manager and waterfront, and then with city attorney Webb. And we thought that we'd have to move to an administrative review ordinance and kind of adopt a whole new paradigm for this, and which was potentially going to require retention of an administrative review officer to adjudicate appeals and the like, and just really kind of upend our staff when we already got, everybody's already taxed. And thanks to City Attorney Webb actually pointing out that, look, we've got a strong ordinance, we just are not necessarily enforcing it. And realizing also, thanks to City Manager Wazanski for digging in and realizing that the city was operating where it was issuing notices to property owners and then issuing them another notice. And only once they disobeyed the third notice would it actually enforce blight. And then nobody could really say why they were following that model. So it was just the way that things were done. So I really appreciate the change. I appreciate the initiative to kind of really take this seriously in policing, Chief Hoffman, and assign your people to oversee it. And it's a serious matter. It affects property values, and I hear, especially from here, the residents here in District 4 who are homeowners of 3 on a lots or 2 on a lot. It's like their life savings are in their home. That's where they put their investment, and they don't want to see it go down in value. And the only way it's going to go down in value, besides if we have an uptick in crime, is if the properties around us just get blighted. So, and that's also essential to attracting new businesses to Artesia Boulevard. It's got to be a desirable place to be. And just today, I had a resident message me this morning, council member, can you do anything about what's going on over here at Pita Grill, which is yet unopened property, but they just got all this trash on their property right here. And under our current system, the issue is that nobody would do anything about Pita Grill until a resident either reported it on Access Redondo or reported it to a council member, and that council member then emailed it over to staff. But now I'm hoping that under this new model, there's going to be regular patrols of Artesia Boulevard in some regard by the code enforcement folks and other parts of our city, our commercial corridors, and ensuring that it stays cleaned up and ensuring that property owners maintain their property. I also hope that we are serious about pursuing the property owners when they do allow trash on their property, that we make sure we get reimbursed for that cost. That's got to be important. Otherwise, we'll be engaged in gratuitous cleanup with the property owners who are derelict in maintaining their property, not paying their fair share for the work that they're causing to our city and the expense that they're causing to us. So thank you guys for this. And I'll tell you that I'll be monitoring it, the residents will be monitoring it, and if things don't improve in, 3-6 months, we're gonna have to have this conversation again and figure out what the next solution is. So, but I appreciate this as a first major step. Is there any direction that you need from us to receive and file a report, right?
Yeah, tonight's receive and file. And one thing I noticed, you'll see a couple of proposed decision packages in the budget this year that further focus efforts in this regard. We've heard loud and clear from all of you that code enforcement, and it can be provided through a number of options. We've got an overhire program going with our CSOs. We have had some success with our municipal services officers with parking enforcement and the like, whether it be 4-hour parking regulation or other off-hours parked vehicles that were discussed earlier today. We know we've got issues with noise and loud exhaust. We've got issues with dogs off leash in certain parks, i.e. Zoolager. We're still fighting the leaf blower ban. We've got an item coming up next on single plastic, use prohibition. So we recognize that it's these quality of life areas that the council has, would like to see us improve our attention and resource. And you will see from us in the proposed budget some additional resources that would help, I think, address this on a more permanent basis structurally. But clearly it starts with intent. And that's what I think you've got from us in this review and at least going forward with the resources we have available today.
And I just want to be clear that nothing that I've said or I think anybody said is saying that our existing code enforcement officers aren't doing their work. Because I do get huge compliments about them when they do abate a nuisance or blight, and I know that they respond as much as they can, but they're probably overwhelmed. So
yeah, just to put that into some perspective, we have 2 dedicated full-time code enforcement officers. It was Greg Kapovich, who has prior experience in other cities and with code enforcement supervision, mentioned that in his prior city, which had comparable size and scope in terms of resident population, they had 5 dedicated full-time code enforcement personnel. So when you look at sort of the benchmark of where we're at from a staff resources allocation standpoint, we're asking a lot of our 2 individuals, and it's gonna need additional supervision. It's gonna need additional help for us to be effective in the future.
Can I comment on that real quick, Mike?
Sure, Joe.
One of the things that I want to make sure that everybody understands is that the goal here is to get results and to get results quickly. And sometimes that term code enforcement, I think, isn't necessarily referring to the personnel that are assigned to code enforcement, but it's more of a term related to enforcing the various codes so that we can improve the quality of life in the city. That's exactly what this unit's going to do. Because not only are we going to expand the actual code enforcement officers, we're going to have police officers and a police sergeant that have a variety of tools that are able to respond in a more efficient manner in order to resolve those issues and improve the quality of life. Which I've demonstrated by talking about how we've recruited and filled some of these positions. Actually, today, we launched a pilot program so that we could try to make it easier for the citizens to notify us of the issues that need to be corrected. So we started a new email through the city. It's qualityoflife@redondo.org. You may notice it for those that follow us on social media. Our social media team did a post already talking about it. It's not intended in any way, shape, or form to eliminate or replace Comcate. It's just another mechanism so that if that's a more convenient method for a citizen when they're emailing about a quality of life issue to include that as a CC, that's going to go directly to our quality of life team. And the hope there is that we can provide results quicker. So it's a pilot program. We're going to see how it works. And like I said, that's our primary goal, to develop a team that has a very big toolbox that can use all the resources available and respond in a manner that provides results in a much more efficient fashion. So keep looking for all those new things to be popping up, and we're hopeful that we're going to be able to provide results in a very rapid manner.
Thank you, Chief. And what's the email address again? Qualityoflife@redondo.org.
Qualityoflife@redondo.org.
All right, perfect.
Launched that today as a pilot program. Had the social media team put it out there, and we're going to see how that goes as just another mechanism. Think of it like the traffic hotline.
Right.
We get a lot of complaints for various stop signs in the city. It's difficult for us to monitor the number of stop signs we have in the city, but if somebody calls the traffic hotline, we definitely send personnel out and we make sure that we monitor those complaint areas. This is just another mechanism for us to make sure that we're being responsive to the needs of the community.
Awesome, thank you. One other thing is, to the extent that we want those revisions to the definitions to occur, become a little more stringent, Is that going to be part of our, essentially be part of our motion?
Yeah, any direction you give, if there was anything you saw in the attachments to the staff report or you heard tonight that you'd like us to follow up with, we could,
sure,
appropriate time, come back with ordinance modifications that would allow us to add those provisions to our toolbox.
All right. And let's see. The last thing I want to say is I've heard from the community that they definitely want to be more focused on commercial rather than the residential. So I think the splitting it up and being more inspection based on commercial and leaving a complaint based on the residential is the appropriate way to go. All right. As we have public comment?
There is no public comment, sir.
All right. Then I'll make a motion to receive and file the report and provide direction to staff to adopt the sample language from Pleasanton or similar language as Pleasanton has to more clearly delineate the nuisances we're trying to eliminate in the city with our code enforcement program.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right. So any other motions? No hands up. Roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Myself, or sorry, Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Emby?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Thank you, everybody. All right, moving on to N4. That was it. N5.
Joe's got this one too.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We're before you with a strategic plan item, which is a report on the city's education and enforcement efforts related to single-use plastics. So we collaborated with Public Works and licensing, and then obviously with members of the police department and code enforcement to prepare a presentation that talks about everything going back to when the ordinance was created. So tonight, I'm going to introduce Captain Steve Sprengel, longtime member of the Redondo Beach Police Department, recently promoted into captain and is now the captain of our patrol bureau. He has prepared the presentation for you tonight that we'll go through, and then we'll both be available to answer questions.
All right.
Congratulations. Thank you, Chief.
Sprengel.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City Management. I'd like to share my screen for a PowerPoint. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Great. So just like the chief said, this is an update on our education and enforcement of a current municipal code, which is Title V, Chapter 10, and it covers the prohibition of polystyrene, food, serviceware, along with single-use plasticware and utensils, stirs, and then also includes foil, metallized, and mylar balloons and latex balloons. All right, trying to get this. There we go. This ordinance was put into place and adopted by City Council January 14th of 2020. The effective date was February 13th of 2020. The ordinance allowed for a 6-month delay of enforcement on the polystyrene, which became effective for enforcement on August 13th of 2020. And then it had a 12-month delay for the enforcement of single-use straws, along with the balloon enforcements, which became effective February 13th of 2021. The prohibited items, polystyrene is your styrofoam, rigid polystyrene, which has a number 6 on it. It's usually the white styrofoam food serving trays that if you turn it upside down, you'll see a 6 on it. It also includes the coolers that are made out of styrofoam as well, and other materials. The single-use plastic products, which is your plastic lids, straws, and stirs, and some other utensils, is also prohibited. Some alternatives for it would be anything that's non-plastic. So it includes like paper, metal, wood, bamboo, and there's other products out there that they're using to make these other options as far as non-plastic. As far as balloons, there's no sales or distribution or use of foil, metallized, or mylar balloons within the city. That would include the city parks and the beaches as well. There's no release of these helium-filled balloons within the city limits. And then as far as latex balloons, there's no use or distribution of latex balloons filled with helium or a lighter than air gas that is going to be used at a city function or a city-sponsored event. No person shall release these latex balloons within the city as well. As far as the education efforts to date, Public Works has been handling that, and they're working with an outside consultant, Charles Abbott Inc., which has a contract with the city to do the enforcement and inspections of the city businesses that are affected by it. There's about 447 businesses that are affected by this ordinance. And in addition to that, at the licensing counter, when they get their business license, they're given awareness flyers, also a copy of the ordinance, and a letter that was sent out to all the businesses. There was one originally sent out in 2020. There was a second one sent out within the last week to all 447 businesses that are affected. As far as enforcement during COVID-19, there wasn't a lot of enforcement done. A lot of businesses were unstable, and also getting products was very difficult for them to make those changes. So business licensings, they had just recently sent out that letter to re-educate the businesses and their expectations for moving forward. Charles Abbott is doing inspections twice a year. They report to Public Works on a monthly basis. And if they come across any kind of violations of the ordinance, that's reported within their notes to Public Works. At that time, if there's a follow-up inspection that has some sort of problem or issue and continued non-compliance, then that'll be reported to our code enforcement, who will go out and do a follow-up inspection and possibly issue citations. The goal is to educate and gain compliance from the businesses moving forward. This is a violation. They're found guilty of an infraction, which is punishable by a fine. And is there any questions?
No. Is that it?
Yes, sir. Is there any questions?
No. I guess has there been any enforcement action so far?
It's been educational to this point. So as far as enforcement, there's they've issued warnings and have talked to businesses, but there has not been any actual citations to this point.
Okay. And I realize you didn't talk about the single-use plastics much, but maybe if you could stop screen sharing, Captain Springle, that would be helpful. I know Councilor Lowenstein has a question, but I want to raise a point, which is why I have all these non-single-use plastics in my hand. And this is just a fraction of what I could pick up from downstairs in my kitchen. And what these are after the single-use plastic ban occurred, I don't know whether it's statewide or locally, but Sprouts and Target here in District 4 started to use these multi-use plastics. And now every single time I buy anything from these stores, they give us these multi-use plastic bags, and you can never multi-use them enough. I mean, I can see one more use of them in my trash can, in my office, or in the bathrooms in the house. And that's just two uses, and they write on them that they're made out of recycled material. But this stuff is never going away. So I'm wondering, what can we do about that? Have there been if anybody knows, and maybe we can just refer this as an item for staff to come back with at some point, is have there been communities that banned all plastic bags in communities from stores that are, especially the big box stores like Target and Sprouts? I'd be interested to see that, because this is worse than the single-use plastics in my opinion. Much worse. So anybody have any thoughts on that? Anybody familiar with that issue?
So this municipal code doesn't cover the carry-out plastic bags, but Manhattan Beach passed a ordinance in 2008 that banned carry-out plastic bags. So I believe they're using all paper now.
Right. And so when I go to when I went once to Target in Manhattan Beach, because they're out of stock in Redondo, I got all paper bags. So I would definitely favor, and I will make that motion after Councilmember Lowenstein speaks, to adopt that same ban here, or to move forward on a single or carry-out plastic ban here in Redondo. I don't know if we want to, exempt small mom and pop shops, because it would be a, undue hardship, but maybe Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Maybe Mr. Cadwallader can discuss this later. He's an expert in this. I know there was it Prop 67 a few years ago, one of the props that said, no single-use plastic bags coming out of grocery stores, but it's my recollection of going into grocery stores and them asking you, and you paying 10 cents for a grocery bag. I don't know where that happened, where that went. Maybe Craig can comment on that. The other thing is, last week I was lucky to take my family during my daughter's spring break to Maui. And, Maui is all about tourism and beaches and the environment. Well, I took a picture of this last week, and that was, it looks like it's just a simple plastic cup with a straw. Well, that's made out of, it's called vegware, right? So it's compostable. I think it's compostable, at least it degrades. The lid degrades. And I didn't see a plastic straw at any place in Maui over a week. So, Maui has lots of tourists. They realize that this is super important. Maybe it's not just Maui, maybe it's all the Hawaiian Islands. But they realize how important it is. And I bring this up because one of the things I thought about was, why not come up with a list? I don't want to say the preferred vendors, but come up with a list. Maybe somebody can do some research, maybe develop 3 or 4 different sources for people in the food services industry, the food industry, to buy these from in bulk at a discount in our city. So let's say people say, well, I don't know where to turn to. My provider, Cisco, or whoever it is I buy my food where from and everything else, doesn't supply this. Why don't we come up with a list of 4 people with links on a website that say you can buy you can buy these type of goods at a discount, or at least in quantity, from these providers, and make it easier for people so that you don't have to do the research. And when we go and do the enforcement and we give them a warning, this is included with a little bit of information or links to these companies. Just make it really easy for people so that there's not an excuse, we don't know how to do this, it's too expensive, all the other things, because you're going to hear lots of excuses, I'm sure. And I'm sympathetic to mom and pop stores. I totally get it. I've even seen places like Chick-fil-A actually make the move over to some of this. People that are notoriously slow have made some of the moves over to spoons, wood spoons. So I think that's one option. The other thing I thought we might want to consider is start small in enforcement. We might want to start by hitting the farmers markets first and seeing how that does, and going around and educating people, because they have lots of styrofoam at those and plastics, and we could patrol them and I don't mean just sit there and ticket people and everything else, because we don't want to get that reputation, but it's really more of a education like we've done, and then a polite, hey, we don't want to give you a ticket, so here's an option for you, let's move you into it. And then from the farmers markets, we concentrate on another area, whether it's Riviera Village, International Boardwalk, Artesia, 1, 2, or all 3 of those places. So just thinking small, moving our way out and hitting as many people, and the word will get around, I think. So just some options I thought I'd bring up to you, but I think if Maui can do it, I think Redondo Beach can do it. So thank you.
All All right, thank you, Councilmember. Do we have any other public comment or any other, let's see.
We do have a speaker, Mr. Cadwalder.
Yes, let's hear from him, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. My name is Craig Cadwalader and I'm speaking on behalf of Surfrider South Bay. And not bragging, but there's probably no one in the state or perhaps the country who knows more about these ordinances than I do. And I've really devoted myself to it for well over a decade. And just so you're aware, there are over 150 foodware plastics ordinances in the state of California. And just this morning, LA County adopted a foodware single-use plastics ordinance for the unincorporated areas of the county. The city of LA is looking possibly as soon as next week to introduce their own version of that. I'm working with the city of Glendale, the city of Burbank, and the Hollywood Burbank Airport to implement similar things. So I would be happy to share my resources and knowledge with the city, which I did offer some input when the ordinance was developed. I do want to say, to answer Mayor Pro Tem's question on the bags, the California state bag ban is preemptive. It only allows limited things you can do at the local level, which is unfortunate. We don't like preemptive bills where the state is telling you what to do on a local level. So there are some things you can do. The Manhattan Beach bag ban was enacted and adopted before the statewide measure went into effect. So it's got different provisions there. And I might add, you might want to, you have those heavier plastic bags, those are meant to be reused. And so bring them back and fill them up again. And I use non-plastic reusable shopping bags when I go. There are different examples of cities that have provided lists of suppliers for the businesses, which I would be happy to help provide references to that to make it easier for businesses to be in compliance. There have been suggestions about doing cooperative purchasing for the smaller businesses. Would be happy to talk, share ideas about that. In addition, there is an app called Literati. There are other apps as well that allows consumers to actually take a picture of, say, a styrofoam cup in a restaurant, and it geolocates it and sends a note to code enforcement. So there's one option that you might want to consider. There are others as well. But
Motion to extend.
Second.
No, thank you.
Take another minute.
Yeah, I have so much information, it's hard to get it all in, but I'm happy to share with you. And I would like to help the city any way I can. I've been involved in ordinances all over the state, and I can bring some ideas to help with this. It's important to get these single-use plastics out of our environment, and I understand the challenge in trying to enforce these, and we have some ideas I'd love to share. And bottom line is the trend is going, we don't know if the state's ever going to get to the level like it did with the bag ban on single-use plastics, but there are items in the works in Sacramento. I wouldn't rely upon that, but there's a wealth of information. I'm happy to share it with the city, and with the county going just this morning with the unincorporated areas and the city of LA to do maybe as soon as next week, we have another 5 million or so people that are going to be covered by this just in LA County. So happy to help. Thank you for bringing this up again, and thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, can I just clarify a question?
Sure.
You said you were speaking in terms of the multi-use bags that Mayor Pro Tem Abaji mentioned. Are you saying that the state's
the state's law doesn't allow cities now post law to do anything regarding those?
There are a few things you can do, like put a bag fee on and things, but the state preemptive ordinance limits what you can do. Those heavier bags, the 2.25 mil plastic bags, are supposed to be reusable, and can't reuse them unless you bring them back to the store. But that is, there are preemptive measures in the state ban. That's the only way it could get passed. So there are some things you can do to enhance, but it's limited.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
So I would, I imagine our city attorney doesn't know offhand whether that's entirely accurate. And I know when it comes to preemption, there's preemption in that the field of law is supposed to occupy the entire area of the law. And then there's preemption where they've occupied an area of the law, but it's permissive to further regulate that. So what I'd like to do is direct staff, and just to be clear, I have all these bags because we do the drive up service for Target and sometimes delivery service for Sprouts, just because I don't have so much time to go shopping. But Ms. Martins, do you happen to know offhand whether we can regulate this?
I don't know offhand. I don't believe, though, that the state employed field preemption in this instance. I believe it's basically created a floor as opposed to a ceiling. Okay. So, yeah, so I mean, I don't know offhand if we can regulate this exact thing in our ordinance, but I can certainly look into it if given the direction from council.
All right. So I would make a motion to provide the direction to the city attorney's office to investigate, analyze whether we could regulate carry out plastic bags of any sort, even the thicker ones. And if so, then prepare a draft ordinance similar to Manhattan Beach's or identical doing that, as well as to set up civil penalties for the violation so that hopefully the city can recover some costs associated with enforcing these laws. Because I don't think we get any of those criminal penalties, right? Or very little of them. Yeah, you're muted.
As far as I know, there hasn't been criminal enforcement, so that would be an accurate assessment.
And I don't know whether we would need an administrative review ordinance to do civil penalties, but if we can do civil penalties without it, then I'd prefer to have civil penalties. Cool. Is there a second on that?
Yeah. Would you break that into two motions, actually? I think that'll be cleaner.
Two motions, meaning split up the ban versus the, or the investigation?
The investigation versus the penalties, yeah.
Okay, so the first motion, I guess, is to investigate whether we could pass a similar ban to what Manhattan Beach has, eliminating carry-out plastics of any sort.
All right, I'll second that one.
All right, and secondly, well, come back with an ordinance if that is the case, that we can ban it.
Do you want to find out if Manhattan Beach has ever enforced that ordinance? Because oftentimes we've gotten direction to pass an ordinance that another city has passed, but then they've never ever enforced it. So, well, I'd like to find out be tasked with finding out that information.
Okay, you'd like to be tasked with find that out. Sure, okay. Then we'll include that in the motion. Find out if Manhattan Beach has enforced it. I'm not sure that enforcement is entirely necessary when the maximum number is probably coming from a few big box retailers, and as soon as the law changes, they change their corporate practice. But in any event, we'll include that in the motion.
And it's an infraction. So I would think as soon as we start writing the first ever ticket, because we haven't ever enforced it for a variety of reasons, they may self-correct. So it may not be a situation of having, needing additional laws so much as enforcing the ones we have on the books, and then we can change the law for anyone who's manipulating the loopholes. So I think, you know, when they start doing that, it will be really telling.
All right, so the motion is to analyze whether we can do it, bring back a ban if we can. That's it, right? And investigate whether Manhattan Beach is actually enforcing their ban. All right, you second that, Councilmember Horvath?
Yep.
All right. Any public, Councilmember Narenheim?
Yeah, you know, I just want to be careful with what we're doing here. We're not even really enforcing what we currently have in place. So now we're looking at extending the ban and going more depth and getting more complicated. You know, we talked about the code enforcement a minute ago item, and we haven't even been enforcing that. And we're having large issues. And now we're just starting to get to that. We're starting to ramp up that. You know, we only have so many resources in this city, and I want to see us enforce what we currently have, go down that path, see what works before we start creating more and more and more, and just end up finding out that, you know, what we're doing in the first place was sufficient, or we couldn't even do it in the first place. So I hear the pain, and I totally agree with you, but in concept, but I just don't see this urgent need right now. We have so many other things going on to go down this path. I want to see us enforce what we currently have and install a program, and maybe we'll get compliance. Maybe we don't even know what the compliance rate is out there right now. So I'd like to know what the compliance rate actually is. Maybe it's 98%, 90%. Maybe it's 10%. We don't know. So we're just making bad decisions without any data right now. We have no real data, no real information. I mean, yeah, you can pick up your bags, and so can I.
There's compliance, Councilmember Narenheim. It's that the law that was passed by the state induced worse action than it was intended. And frankly, I am not applauding the county for what they just passed, because it's a mistake. It's going to produce thicker bags in every single one of these big box stores all over the county. So
I mean,
it's not an enforcement issue. This is a miscalculation of the objective of the law. The objective of the law should be eliminating the plastic bags altogether, right?
I totally hear what you're saying. There was a study done by a grad student in Australia who looked at our California bag ban, and the total tonnage of plastic that's produced in California and plastic bags that's created has actually gone up since our plastic bag ban, because of exactly what you just said. They're A, thicker, and B, now people are buying bags to replace the bags that they weren't getting, which are now also thicker as well. So you know, we're not going to solve this tonight. This is more of a longer term problem. I'd rather have us, you know, think about what we're doing here and go into compliance and mode and see what we can do in other arenas. But we've tasked staff enough on many various subjects. I mean, tonight alone on code enforcement, I'd rather tackle code enforcement first and foremost on what we currently have.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Well, this kind of goes along the lines of what City Attorney Webb was saying. Let's enforce the ones we have. And I kind of would agree with Nils on this. And it's also what I said. I don't know if you heard what the end of what I said, but there's 455 different businesses. Let's focus in on a small area. Let's get some small wins. And I mean, you know, make it easy so that code enforcement can focus on a small area, see what we learn out of it, and then go from there. I mean, I totally get what you're saying, Zane, and it's really frustrating to see that. I think it's okay to look at it and have the city attorney look at it, but from the enforcement side of things, I think we should start small and again, provide people with options that they can turn to. But look at the farmers market. Nobody mentioned that again. And I think, what are we going to do? Have them go out to all 455? There's not enough time to do that. Let's start small. It's only a day or two a week, and it's a small geographic area, and we can see what we learn out of it, responses we get from vendors there, and then see if what works, what doesn't, and then go from there. I don't know. But I would agree with Nils. I think let's be careful about expanding this when we're not enforcing what we're already doing. So, but I get what both of you guys are saying. So, you guys heard me? I assume? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Any other comments? No council members? Any public comment?
No additional public comments, sir.
All right, my last comments, we see that Manhattan Beach has had success with it, with its big box retailers, just by changing the law. We'll find out whether they enforce it and all. I don't think this is an area where we're gonna have to enforce much. Corporations have to, generally, especially big ones, know they've got to abide by their local laws. We can send them a letter and if we pass it. In any event, let's do a roll call vote. This may not even pass. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'll go aye.
Is that a no?
No, I'll go aye. Aye.
Aye. I got it.
Yeah.
All right. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
No.
And myself, aye. It passes 3-2. Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to, thank you, Sergeant Daniels. Springle, sorry. Sergeant Springle. Captain Springle. Sorry, it's late.
Just demoted him. He just got
the Captain Springle. Congratulations, by the way, on your promotion.
It took you down 2 notches there, Steve.
That went quick. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thanks for your service. That was a really awful presentation. You're a sergeant again.
All right. Discussion N6, discussion and possible action to receive and file a report for the weed abatement, lien, and probate proceedings for the property located at 1713 Ford Avenue in Redondo Beach. City Attorney Webb.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll go through this, and it's an example of something that worked, though it took a while. And this is the first weed abatement the city did. So the city received complaints from the neighbors at around 1713 that they were harboring rodents due to overgrown weeds and enforcement. Code enforcement at the time made several attempts to reach the owner, and they could never do so. And therefore, no action was taken at that point because they couldn't get any contact with the owner. In I think the 2015-2016 budget cycle, I suggested, along with Chief Kaufman, that we create a quality of life prosecutor to start addressing these needs. And as a result of Joy Abakine being appointed to that newly created position, she set up a meeting with the residents. And then after the meeting, she coordinated with engineering, public works, and code enforcement to conduct the first weed abatement. The city went on there and abated the nuisance. Nuisance grew back, and the residents approached then Councilman John Grant about the recurring problem. Joy Abakine met again with the then chief building officer and met with the residents in 2017. Because of the ongoing concern, Joy was able to write and get signed an inspection warrant to go into the property, make certain that there weren't health and safety concerns inside the property. The inspection warrant confirmed no one was living there. And so the city then abated the nuisance, clearing the nuisance once more. In the continued effort to locate the owner, quality of life prosecutor Abakine conducted a Nevada death certification and discovered that the owner had passed away 2 years before, in 2015, without a will, without a spouse, and without children. The city then filed a lien, or Joy filed a lien against the property for the amount, as Councilmember Obaji likes to point out, where the city needs to get those costs back. She did file for the amount of the cost, publication notice and a delinquency penalty for failure to pay the weeds. Given that the owner had died, the city had to come up with a novel way to address the concerns of the problem, because it was abandoned and would keep continuing. So the city initiated probate proceedings. And although the proceedings of the estate were executed in Nevada, the Ford property wasn't part of that proceeding. As a creditor, because of the small abatement lien, we were eligible to be named administrator of the property. And we asked the council for the authorization to initiate proceedings for ancillary probate. And Ms. Abikin was made the administrator of the estate. She had an obligation to liquidate the assets. And again, a year later, the mayor and council authorized her to list the property for sale, withdraw and expend funds for the real property, and any remaining furniture to be inventoried, appraised, sold, to open a bank account for the proceeds of the sales. I will say that none of this is in her job description or in the job description of any city employee. But we got authorization and property sold. And as administrator, the city is entitled to $22,360.28, bless you. And also the city is entitled to $1,090.89 is extraordinary commissions for extraordinary services rendered by Ms. Avikin. And this is kind of a companion item to the next item where we're going to make suggestions of where we would like the council to authorize the city to deposit the money and how it should be best spent, because it's for a service that's needed, but probably best not to use tax dollars. But I wanted to take you through that so that you could see when we have adequate investigation, or in this case, just the city taking the lead in abating the nuisance, we can have good results, but sometimes it can take a while, as in the case of the person deceased. So I wanted to, if you could just receive and file these proceeds and authorize the financial services to receive the check from Ms. Abikin. And so then the next item, we'll talk about our suggestion for what account and how to spend it.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Horvath, the motion. I thought I seconded it, but we'll give the second to Councilmember.
No, I didn't hear you. Go on ahead. That's fine.
I seconded it. And do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not, sir.
All right. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Emby.
I, with a comment to Joy Abikin, good job on going above and beyond. Thank you.
Yes, and I also. And yes, that is not an easy process to probate somebody's estate. It's very technical and requires a very deep accounting. All right, and next item, and that passes 5-0. Next item, and 7. City Attorney Webb.
Well, if I could have Ms. Abikin give the presentation. We don't have a PowerPoint, but there's a need that's been identified by Lila Mura, and it's probably it's a need that needs to be filled if we need to adequately address the challenge of homelessness. And it's part of a bigger strategy that will return on May 10th per the council strategic plan, but probably not met. Not best to use taxpayer funds, and so I'll turn it over to Ms. Abikin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Joy Abikin, Quality of Life Prosecutor. I will just give a couple of examples recently that happened today and yesterday, and Councilmember MD is probably aware of the veteran who is living in his RV at the TJ Maxx and Ralph's parking lot with his dog. Councilmember Councilmember MD referred him to Lila Omura, our homeless housing navigator, and she was able to refer him to the Long Beach VA. So he got his VASH housing voucher and was approved last Friday for a unit. And throughout this process, Ms. Omura is bringing the veteran to these appointments, not to mention having to get his dog certified as an emotional support animal so that he may be eligible for housing for these apartments. And she is using her own money to pay for their meals, to pay for the animal certification, to pay for gas for some of the people that need transportation. And so these are kind of the emergency funds needed by Ms. Omura to help her clients, and that can be used with the estate commissions that we received from the Ford property. Another example we have is yesterday, Beach Cities contacted Ms. Omura with a person that was trying to get to Texas, so by bus. And she paid for his meal again. She gave him some pocket money for the bus ride because it was going to be a few hours. And we can't stop her from what she's doing. I can't stop her from donating her own money. I can't stop her from working every day of the week as much as I try to. But we also received a donation from St. Andrews from the Easter service that the mayor, Mr. Webb, Lila Omura, and I attended on Sunday. And I have the check here for $2,000. And we would like to contribute this to the same quality of life account to use for the same purposes that we've described.
Right.
So we would be then authorized to do it if you could take the money that Joy earned in the probate case and take the donation from St. Andrews and authorize by 4/5 vote. We'll put it in there, and then we'd be able to reimburse Ms. Omura for those services and going forward to be able to cover those necessary services. And then when we come back on May 10th, we're going to try and we'll propose an outreach where if people want to support or donate to unhoused individuals, they can donate to this fund instead and tell us where that location is, because they're not creating, you're not giving them money to perpetuate the problem or have them used for drinks or for drugs. So we get lots of reports about there's this person is, living here. I've been giving them money for the last week. It's like, well, then why are you surprised that they're living there? But people in Redondo are very generous, and we wanted to come up with perhaps a better way to give them that generous outlet. So we're going to look at that in May, and this is a way to start that process.
All right, awesome. That's a really good idea. Thank you, guys. And I see Lila Omura's social media posts frequently, and when she's not spending her own money doing it, she's also calling churches and different faith groups to say, hey, can you get me a ticket for this person to go, back to their state if they got lost and the like. All right, Councilmember MD.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution CC 2204-021 for authorizing in this fiscal budget modification to appropriate $23,474.17 for administrative commissions from the state of Gary R. Wilson to the Quality of Life donation account for emergency needs, and to include the $2,000 check from the church.
Second.
All right. A motion by Councilmember MD, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any public comment?
No, sir, there's none.
I just have one question. I presume that when she's using these funds, there'll be checks and balances that she's going to have to go through. So even though she's no longer using her money, make sure she understands though there's going to be there's still strings attached when she does spend.
Our first call tomorrow after department head will be to Ms. Paul to come up with the appropriate checks and balances. Yes.
Thank you.
And any other comments by council members? No. All right. So do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Andy.
Aye.
Myself, aye. That's a 4/5 vote, 5/5 vote actually. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Wow.
If I may read the title of the resolution, please.
Yes, please.
Council adopted by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2204021. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2021-22 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $23,454.17 administrative commissions from the estate of Gary R. Wilson to the Quality of Life donation account for emergency needs by the Redondo Beach Homeless Housing Navigator as amended. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk. Now we're on to city manager items.
None this evening, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Thank you. Mayor and council items. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I have none. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
So I have quite a few, so I'll try to be quick. The first one is referral of the fire study.
Your microphone's coming in and out again. I don't know what changed.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How about I have quite a few, but I'll try to get through it quickly. A referral of fire study to the Harbor Commission for their input.
I believe that's on.
Was that part of the? Was that
part of the motion, Councilman?
Okay,
yeah.
then strike that. I had it written earlier, and I'd written it before we did the motion. So thank you. I'm looking for some BRRs. The first one is the cost to redo the bathrooms near Quality Seafood. Just a rough ballpark. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The second one is a dog run as requested 2 weeks ago at Zoolager Park. A third BRR is either bulb outs or I forgot what Andy called them, the raised walkways. Forgot what you call those. Street plates, I think they're called, something like that.
Raised pedestrian platforms.
Yeah. At 4 separate intersections, and whether they're doable or not and what the cost is. The first intersection is North Lucia and Burl. Second is North Lucia and Maria. The third would be, these are all high school, these are all schools. The third would be Diamond and North Juanita. And the last one would be Diamond and North Alberta. Okay, and then my final item is to bring back a really quick discussion for clarification on item N3 from the March 15 meeting. That was the one that Mike Martin and Mark Hansen brought up in terms of clarification of who operates the slips.
Yeah, I think, Councilman, I know the motion, how it might have been specifically mentioned, may have given some impression there, but we have enough follow-up action on that already. We're coming back to you with the not-for-profits that we're talking to. We're going to have another item on that subject. I think we can have that question answered as part of that. So,
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Then strike that. If you're already in the process, that's it.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
think
it.
so.
That's it then. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Nada.
All right, myself, nada. Councilmember MD.
At this time, thank you.
All right, well, that is it for referrals to staff, and now I think we adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn in memory of Ken Dyer, former city employee? Anybody want to say anything about Mr. Dyer?
Motion to adjourn in the memory of Ken Dyer.
All right.
Second.
Second?
Mhm.
Motion by Councilmember Ehrenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes.
Any objections? No? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Just a reminder, everybody, we'll be in person on May 3rd. So we'll see you in the chambers.
So we just have to show up at 4:30? Is that it?
Really?
Yeah.
That'll be your first.
Tell me how to get in the building. All right, thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
And everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.